1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Very dapper for once.
I need my reading glasses.
So you did some of your own editing there.
Of course. Who uses words like that?
She did request it from Dr. Black that you be as verbatim as possible.
It's okay. Thank you. Thanks, Dad. You can go now. Let's make sure they're all in right order. This is very nerve-wracking, by the way. This will teach me to volunteer.
Oh, okay. So you totally redid it. All right.
Yes, I did. Removed, so that therefore it's just me. Oh yes, this is it. Okay. Don't you hate experts? There's far too many experts in the world, said Trump.
No, that was Michael Gove, wasn't it? Or maybe both. No, I think it was
We've had enough listening to experts. Just get Brexit done. What could possibly go wrong? Right, okay. We are actually going live, so be careful what we say. Okay, we're streaming. The thing is still on, so just want to check the... Thank you.
Do you have another remote?
Two.
Hold on. What do you mean, another remote mic? Resume recording?
This one was just a...
I would chuck that out, that's hopeless.
Yes, but why?
It cuts out much.
Does it need new batteries, maybe?
I think it needs the bin. I don't think
No, well, listen, the other one doesn't work, so this is all we've got.
When Mike was he was using the
Yeah,
lavalier microphone, it was fine.
yeah. Look.
Just hold a meter from something.
Right, replace the batteries. Okay, and the receiver. I've replaced them already. But replace the batteries, because they're old.
Where are they? Are they up at the desk? Or?
Here we go. I don't know how old they are. It may be that. It's also people shout.
Yeah, that was the problem with the woman.
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah. So, throw that in the bin. No, that's a new one. Throw that one in the bin. Thank you. One, two, 1, 2. Okay.
So should I keep it the whole time until...
Yes, yeah. Okay. All right, that is live. Just want to check. Can you get? Sorry. Can you go up the front, out the front, and make sure the stream is working? Make sure they've got it.
Where does it show?
YouTube, they've got that on the phone. Thanks. Sarah, how many have you got on the panel? So we only have 4 microphones. I can get a cable one. Well, yeah, that's what we'll have to do. Somebody will have to swap. The last person swap. Salyers one. Okay, cool. That's fine. At the Union Jack one. Ten minutes.
Where I should sit on your
Sit,
left?
yeah, because I'm going to be from here.
Right, so I'll sit
You're the first guest? Excellent. Now, no swearing, please.
I'll try, but no promises.
Yeah, I've only skimmed through this, you know. It might turn out to be a disaster. And I'll get you to switch it on in a minute, okay? And just switch mine off. You know, I definitely deserve a drink tonight. Last night, not so much. Right, okay. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting in just under 10 minutes. We're already streaming live on YouTube. We know that we've got an international audience, so we'd like you to stop swearing and stop throwing things covered in Union Jacks. It's very off-putting. Someone's already stolen my Union Jack pillow. Where is it? I have a reason for this. It's vanished. Ah, I think I know what it is. It's not in the script, but it's about to be added.
That's it there, but
Right, can you just...
what do you want me to do?
Oh, print it out.
I'll
Just print it
photocopy
out.
I'll photocopy it.
Thank you. Yeah, the last two guests, we're going to have to swap mics. Okay, but that's fine. It's plenty of time.
Is it Azizov and Black who were the last ones?
No, it's Murray and so it was me, Azizov,
So,
Craig.
Alf,
So I'll go from Craig to Alf. Wait, sorry.
yeah, just self-identify as a woman. It's easier.
Okay, so I'm in transition.
And you're on. Yep, pop it in the pocket.
Inside or?
Either, it's fine in there, yeah.
Fine, yeah.
And you're there, yeah? So Alf's next, yes? Alf on after you.
You want me to go
So
there?
you're there.
Oh, no.
Okay. Now, apparently we've had special instructions for you. You've got to sit on top of the trapdoor. Yeah, trapdoor. So as soon as you threaten the British state, it opens up and you disappear.
Oh, careful, Mark.
My statement.
Ah,
This is a laptop. Is it like?
I've got a standard laptop. If you've got it as a speech or PowerPoint or no,
Just I want to read it myself because I want to read it.
you want to read it.
I don't want to speak.
Okay.
It will be
Okay.
just. I have a statement for 8 minutes.
It's okay.
Try to make it.
Sorry. So you've got it on there, yeah?
Yes.
So that could go on the lantern. You could read it from there. You can put it on there and read from it, yeah? Yeah. So who's on next? Sarah? Sarah? Professor Black, he's next? No. Oh, you're last. That's a bad sign.
You've never heard the phrase, save the best till last?
Yeah, and then they get out and they dance. Right.
I thought I
so
was
we'll
the
put you here.
You're the co-best.
Okay.
So
5 minutes,
the
folks.
winner gets a Union Jack cushion.
Yes. 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 Yes, yes. Just leave it there. I'll just mic you up. Now, no swearing. Or the helicopters will
I
be
will
here.
just be quiet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Subtitles. Perfect. So we need for them.
So I will be the second or the third one.
Third, I think.
Third.
Third.
One.
Yeah.
1, 2, 1, 2. There we go. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 1 minute to go. If you could grab your seat as quickly as possible, because we're about to go live. But we get some. We've got flat masking tape. It's at the bottom of the door. No, it's here. Oh, Mark, it's here. Where are they? How's that? How's that? Okay. They're swapping after that, okay? Mark. As soon as we want to go, we need to click the cut between the two screens. That'll get us live, okay? Yeah. Okay. Just click that, and then we're on. Okay. Yeah. Have I? No, I'm just thinking, this was a mistake. Right, you're going to be over there, just ready. Over there, oh, yeah. We're all fine at this bit. We're about to go live, okay? Right, it's 2 minutes. Yeah, sit there, yeah. Okay, you all right? Just want to check you're switched on.
I think so. Yep.
Yes. You're switched on?
I guess. Yes.
Yes. Hold on. Okay. Yeah.
Hello.
1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay, it should be us.
Yeah, it's good.
We're on. when we're ready. Now, always a few people coming in late, isn't it? You've missed it. We've declared independence. You can all go home. So we'll just wait for everybody. I'll ask people to have their seat. Right. I want you to listen carefully and try and count up how many mistakes I make in the next 10 to 15 minutes, because I'm sure there's going to be a few, since I've only skimmed read what I thought was going to be a very simple introduction. Slightly more complicated, it turns out.
Sorry.
No, detail's good, unless you're Theresa May. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we are in Dunfermline on a beautiful sunny day. And for our viewers outside of the UK, which I understand there are many right now watching and joining us, so it's not just all of us here in the room, it's everybody that's tuned in to YouTube and also via Zoom. So thank you very much for your support. Thank you for coming. I've scored out a few things because this is far too posh for the way I speak. And I thought, I would never say that. But I want to welcome you to Dunfermline and to what is a very special occasion. Just so that you know, SSRG is a think tank that's been around for 5 years. We've done this once before in 2022, which was very busy and very successful. And our main aim is to bring like-minded people who believe in Scotland's independence and part of our future to come together to discuss this special and important subjects. And none of that was on the script. So it's my honour to welcome you, and welcome you all, including at home and around the world, and especially our distinguished guests, who I understand are watching from the United States. And no, it's not Donald Trump. He's at McDonald's. So this session is called Decolonisation and Self-Determination. And obviously we're very pleased at the SSRG to be working with Salvo and Liberate Scotland, and to introduce what is a very important subject. So we're going to discuss today with our special guests how we advance Scotland's future and its place in the international legal order. Some of it might sound a bit boring. Legal arguments sometimes are. However, they also have a tendency to clarify the law and to lead to important decisions. For instance, 3 women from Edinburgh called Forward for Scotland went to the Supreme Court recently against the Scottish Government's best legal minds, which that certainly is a surprise. But they certainly spent a lot of money. So we're here in doing so as petitioners to invoke the authority of the General Assembly resolutions 1514, 1541 and 1654. And no, that's not my phone number. Binding obligations under Article 73E of the United Nations Charter. The legal submission that has recently been produced convincingly asserts that Scotland has never exercised full self-government and that its people have been denied their inalienable right to self-determination under international law, particularly those through the systemic erosion of Scotland's constitutional autonomy by Westminster. And we see many examples of this, with Westminster overruling what Scotland has voted for. For instance, most of us voted Remain in 2016. That was ignored. We have with us an extinguished...
Not extinguished. I hope it's not extinguished.
It could indeed turn out to be like that. Yeah. Do you want me to start from the beginning? No, better not. So I'm going to introduce, first of all, our distinguished... help me here.
Distinguished.
Distinguished. I was nearly right. Our distinguished panel, Sara Salyers of Liberation. Professor Alf Baird. One of our international guests, Mr. Is it Azizov?
Azizov.
Azizov.
Yeah.
I was close. And we also have two other distinguished guests. Some of them you may already know. We've got Professor Robert Black, KC. And the well-known Scottish independent supporter, of course, Craig Murray. Now, thank you very much. That's my homework. But before we move on, and we move on to our first member, distinguished, yes, very distinguished. I want to say a few words about some of our panelists. So Professor Alf Baird, if you don't know, is the co-convener of Liberation Scotland, declared this submission as a momentous development. And this is a submission that has been sent to the United Nations. Sara Salyers, director of Salvo, underscored the historical misrepresentation of Scotland as a voluntary partner in the United Kingdom, noting instead a reality of colonial exploitation, cultural suppression, and the displacement of indigenous population. These facts, she emphasised, have been concealed beneath persistent orthodoxy, otherwise known as the BBC. This panel convenes not only to elaborate upon the substance of that submission, but to engage in a deeper moral and legal reckoning it demands. So I now wish to introduce you to our first panelist, and she is indeed very distinguished, Sara Salyers.
Thank you. I think we've just about got time for me to take a minute just to say thank you both to SSRG for giving us this platform, to my colleagues who will be setting out in person for the first time what Salvo Liberation is about, how we plan to go about it, why we believe we have every chance of success, and what the implications are for Scotland's future. This is an extraordinary moment for me to be here on this platform with, I won't say who they are because I don't want their heads to get too big, but at least three of my heroes, and Sharof is rapidly becoming another hero. So it's really quite a moment. Alf said earlier, trying to describe what's happening today. This is launching the boat. Of course, he would say that with his maritime background. He'd see it as launching the boat, but it really is. And you're all here with us. This is one of those moments that people will say, I know that people will say in future, I was there. You're here today. And here also today are quite a number of those whose work has made this moment and what happens from here possible. These are people that have worked alongside. Oh, have I lost right? These are people I've worked alongside for about 3 years now. It's an extraordinary thing, too, that we should be here in 3 years, just 3 years. They've worked as if getting Scotland free, liberated, was the day job and their vocation. They've worked tirelessly. They've never had a penny for it. There's been days when there's been tears and there's been exhaustion and there's been crisis after crisis, and they're still here. And history may remember the names of those of us standing here up here today. But it's very unlikely to remember their names, and that's very unfair, because we wouldn't be here without them. And so you know who you are. You know who you are. So can I just give them a round of applause, please? At least one of them is staring steadfastly down like that in case anybody calls her up, right? So the other thing is I very rarely read a speech. And I'm reading it to this today for a very simple reason, because so many of you who know me well also know that even if I have notes, once I start speaking, I'll think of something I should have added. And half an hour into a 15-minute speech, I have to try and come back to where I should be. So for once, and on this particular day, I'm going to read what I hope is the context for what comes next. And I will just lastly say that among the many important things that are happening right now, right here, is that a famously brave and principled KC with an extraordinary reputation for honesty and humanity and courage is here to be the first to break ranks with an establishment, a legal establishment that has parroted the colonial line about Scotland's constitutional relationship within the United Kingdom, the first ever. It's huge. My hope is that it's the beginning of the dam breaking. The principle that the first person someone who cannot be dismissed as a moon howler, a fringe nutter, not by any stretch of the imagination, for me, fulfills the position of the boy in the story who pointed and said, "The emperor is not wearing any clothes." On which note, the title of my paper submission is Either Or. There are two possible routes for the Scottish people to end the union with England. There are only two routes, and they're mutually exclusive. The first is a negotiated withdrawal from the state Scotland is supposed to have co-created via an international treaty with England, the state known today as the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The second is liberation, decolonisation, which restores to a colonised people the right to their exercise of self-determination. For Scots, that means the right to determine their own future, to hold a referendum or a dozen referendums without interference or involvement from Westminster. The question is not which is the better route to Scottish independence. The question is which route is possible. And the answer to that depends on whether or not a new state was created in 1707 and whether or not Scotland became a part of that new state. Of course, according to the legal and political orthodoxy, that's exactly what happened. Maybe Scotland was made into an abused, plundered, exploited and despised junior partner. Maybe, as a partner, it has the right to end this abusive and one-sided relationship. But if it truly entered a union which produced a new state, the one defined by the Treaty of Union as a single kingdom, meaning a single crown and crown territory, with a single, with a single new parliament, then Scotland's constitutional position must be defined as a partner within that state. This constitutional arrangement is what's meant by the voluntary partnership. With me so far? Sorry. If correct, because of the rights of sovereign states, Scotland could only achieve international recognition as an independent state through a negotiated withdrawal from the state it co-founded, the United Kingdom. Why? Think of the union as a marriage, and the state created, then called Great Britain, as the child of that marriage. The rights of the child are protected. They sit above the individual rights and wishes of the parents. Divorce terms, custody, maintenance, and a division of assets must all be agreed. But the important thing for Scottish independence is that a voluntary partnership can, by definition, be ended by mutual consent. Negotiated withdrawal, of course, is the route discussed and debated endlessly by the Scottish political establishment and by independence advocates and pundits until now. How to achieve a democratic event that Westminster could not ignore. How to hold Westminster's feet to the fire using the devolved system it created. How about remedial secession? How do we force Westminster to honour the right of a treaty partner to withdraw from that treaty? So now we come to the contradictions that point to Scotland's real position. At the same time it argues Scotland was and remains a voluntary partner in the Union, the Anglo-British state also argues that Scotland ceased to exist as a legal personality in 1707 and that it has no remnants of its former legal personality. So who would negotiate for Scotland in the event of independence and how? And if no one remains to negotiate, what has happened to Scotland's legal identity? We know from overwhelming evidence that England continued after 1707, a truth reaffirmed by the opinion of Crawford and Boyle in 2012, of which you will hear more shortly. So Scotland ceased as a state, England continued, and yet Scotland is to be regarded as a partner in this state. If this sounds contradictory, it is because it is. We are meant to believe, and God help us too many of us have believed, that if the Great Britain Scotland co-created happens to look and behave exactly like England in the character of its historic crown, parliament, and constitutional provisions and practices, that's an irrelevance. This doesn't affect the legal technicalities that block Scotland and its people as the partner in this state that looks exactly like just England from making any move towards independence. But of course, it does affect those technicalities. They're all important. Suppose the treaty and acts of union were never given effect, are in fact what is known as inoperative. Then there's no partnership agreement, no basis for a partnership, no actual union, and a negotiated withdrawal from a union that doesn't exist is impossible. An inoperative treaty means no legal framework for negotiations to exit that treaty. It's a dead end. According to the UK government, the proof that Scotland is not a dependency or colony is that it partnered with England in the creation of a state known as the UK. This is an assertion that first appeared in 1954 under the Royal Commission, which was commissioned just as decolonisation was getting underway at the United Nations, and that is not a coincidence. And that report said, Scotland is a nation and entered the union with England as a voluntary partner and not a dependency. Now, the sole evidence of any partnership is the partnership agreement. In this case, the treaty and acts of union which enabled the creation of a single kingdom and parliament of the state of Great Britain. What comes next may sound insane to everyone who thinks they know what kind of state they live in, how it was founded by treaty and joined the two former kingdoms of England and Scotland, but here it is. Simple fact, we have been living in a fairy tale, a fictional state. There are fundamental and essential conditions to every treaty. The same is true of the Treaty and Acts of Union. The most important condition was the preservation of Scotland's constitution under the claim of right, which condition, as we all know, has been swept aside. But there are even more fundamental and essential effects that underpin the creation of a new state, and which are defined by Articles 1 and 3 in the Treaty and Acts. These prescribe a new United Kingdom. And to be pedantic, that does mean one kingdom only. And that requires one single united crown. Because, as you've heard me say many times, a kingdom is the territorial jurisdiction of a crown. What really happened? These fundamental, the most fundamental and essential effects of the treaty and acts were discarded, as were its fundamental and essential conditions and every one of its subordinate provisions. But that's hardly surprising when it was thrown in the bin as soon as it was signed. Instead, Scotland was added to the English coronation oath. That means it was added to the English crown. Our own crown remains to this day as incompatible as ever with the English because the Scottish crown is the community of the realm, us. And not, as in England, the monarch. But it has been made subordinate to that of England. So there are two crowns still, two kingdoms. Scotland is administered by England. And this is why no English monarch has taken the Scottish oath of accession and the oath to maintain the claim of right in its entirety as required by Scots law since 1703, in fact since 1689 or before. And this means that a single United Kingdom exists only in the imaginations of those who see a single and extended England as the realization of its historically preferred form of partnership. The Scottish Parliament was abolished by royal decree, not put into abeyance. There's some news for people who thought the Scottish Parliament just went into abeyance. It was not. It was abolished. But not the English. The English Parliament continued exactly as before, but with a new name. It didn't ratify the acts of the two former parliaments. Why does that matter? Well, you've now got a new kingdom, you see. So you had an act ratifying the Treaty of Union that applied in Scotland, and an act ratifying the Treaty of Union that applied in England, but you had no act for the new kingdom that ratified those two acts, ratified the treaty on behalf of the new Parliament, which you'd need to, really. And why? Because there was no single kingdom for that to apply to. No new elections were held. The Scottish MPs were just co-opted into England's Parliament in the same way the Irish MPs would be added almost a century later. This is not what the Partnership Agreement, the Treaty and Acts of Union, authorised. This is a different animal entirely. This is annexation, a kind of legal invasion under the pretext of a treaty. But does that make Scotland a colony? It absolutely does. It means that a colony, dependency, or non-self-governing territory is the only constitutional definition that can define Scotland's relationship with England, just as it has defined so many, many others. Sorry. So either we're a partner in the union that created a new state in 1707, as described by the Partnership Agreement, Treaty of Union, or a colony. One or the other, there's no in between. You cannot be a partner without the legal contract we call a partnership agreement, and between independent nations that's called a treaty. And you can't be a partner without a single characteristic of that status. You can't be colonized just a bit any more than you can be pregnant, just a bit. A nation has the rights and obligations of a partner, including the full exercise of its right to self-determination, or it does not. Scotland never got the union described in the treaty. Instead, it was swallowed by the state of England. And this has huge implications. Because it remains unrealised, the Treaty of Union is inoperative. And with an inoperative treaty, there's no authorising instrument for the Union, defining Scotland's rights, obligations and status. There's no binding mutual contract to dissolve. There's no right of secession from a treaty whose terms can't be broken or violated because it's never come into effect. No legal framework within which secession could be negotiated. No continuing principle of mutual consent, because substituting annexation for the terms of the treaty disposed of mutual consent 3 centuries ago. any remaining legal effect for a treaty that has never taken effect in the first place, nor any legal mechanism, and this is the big one, nor any legal mechanism for a colony dependency to force the administering power to permit Scots their right to self-determination. I'll just say that again, there is no legal or political mechanism by which Scotland, as a dependency of the continuing state of England calling itself the United Kingdom, can force the administering power to grant us our right of self-determination. We don't have that. So this is as practical and fundamental an impediment to Scottish secession or withdrawal, and therefore any right to self-determination, as it gets. No matter what kind of democratic event we might organise, so long as we buy into the constitutional fairy tale of the partnership state, we'll always wind up in the position of trying to negotiate with a mist, a fog of language behind which there's nothing solid. Meanwhile, Scottish politicians, jurists and independence pundits go in circles of outrage that a partner, should be treated as just a territory. That's a colony, by the way. And English-only law blocks Scottish democratic expression. All the while, with its never implemented treaty in hand, the Anglo-British state continues to treat Scotland as exactly what it is, a territory under its control. And still, despite the evidence of its own eyes, our political establishment buys into the voluntary partner story. A story invented to conceal our colonisation and to block the possibility of Scotland accessing the right of self-determination of colonised peoples under international law. Why? George Orwell wrote in an unpublished preface to Animal Farm, "At any given moment there is an orthodoxy, a body of ideas which it is assumed all right-thinking people will accept without question. It's not exactly forbidden to say this or that, but it's not done to say it. Anyone who challenges this prevailing orthodoxy finds himself silenced with surprising effectiveness. A genuinely unfashionable opinion is almost never given a fair hearing, either in the popular press or in the highbrow periodicals." So what we've been up against is simply orthodoxy. But the orthodoxy that has until now gone unchallenged, and I'm nearly done. The voluntary partner narrative must be torn down, because Scotland, the dependency of England calling itself the UK, Scotland, the non-self-governing territory, has a route to achieving its right to self-determination. And the right to self-determination is how we achieve independence. That is the one Liberation Scotland is now taking with our partners, JPTI. Liberation, decolonisation, the restoration of sovereignty to a colonised people, grounded in international law and universal human rights. This is the just, rational and lawful remedy for the 300-year-old criminal injustice of our annexation by the English state. More than 60 British colonies have achieved independence, including America, Africa, and Ireland, and countries in the Caribbean, in the Middle East, oceanic nations. Every one unique, yet every one sharing a common core of devastating colonial impacts. Liberation was their route to freedom and recovery. Recovery. When we speak about independence, it's a half remedy, because liberation means not just independence, but recovery from colonization and all that it has done to a people's identity and psyche and well-being and sense of itself. And make no mistake, this is urgent. We're not merely a technical colony. Scotland is being stripped bare, impoverished for the benefit of the elites of the South and their collaborators, while our people remain among those Fanon called the wretched of the earth. We're in a race to save those people, our future, our nation, and everything that makes Scotland Scottish, not British, before Scotland, and all that it could offer its own people and the world is erased for good. The place that begins is within the international community, whose recognition of our true status as a nation, interrupted by annexation, made a dependency and never a partner to England, confers on us the right to remove the stranglehold of the colonising administering power, the right to self-determination without permission from or interference by Westminster, and whose recognition of a liberated Scotland is what will define our independence. This is the only path open to us, the path on which, through and with our representatives, our spokespeople, our teams, and particularly Justice Portu International, who will be speaking for us, representing us at the United Nations, both in Geneva and New York. We have now set out on this journey, on this path, on Scotland's behalf. Thank you. I thought for a minute about Elon Musk's response to an audience. Better not.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you very much, Sarah, for your speech and for describing what appears to be very likely Scotland's position in this United Kingdom. I'd like to introduce our next panellist, Professor Baird. He will expose the structural indicators of colonialism, in Scotland's case underdevelopment, cultural marginalisation and democratic manipulation, again otherwise known as the BBC. And he will draw parallels with other formerly colonised nations. He will demonstrate that Scotland exhibits the essential features of dependency. So may I introduce you to Alf Baird.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, David. I'd like to also thank SSRG for, again, another wonderful event, similar to the one we had in 2022, which was a launch pad, as Sarah said, of many new developments, and also to Liberation Scotland and Salvo members and supporters, committees and so on, who do some amazing work behind the scenes, and the result of which we see pretty much what is here today. Going back to what Sarah said about the wretched of the earth, I've borrowed Fanon's great work to lead off in this brief presentation. And Frantz Fanon, we have to remember, was instrumental also in helping develop the United Nations self-determination process, decolonisation events thereafter. So it's very important that we understand also and take from post-colonial theory where we can. I just want to quickly refer to, hopefully you see some of this anyway, Fanon's 3 phases of decolonisation, which I'm grateful, as I was very much, to the late Ian Lawson for publicising much of my work and research, and doing that research, little piece of article as well about Fanon's 3 phases of decolonisation, which demonstrated that the first phase, as we can see here, is the rise of the dominant national party, which is played along pretty much by the imperial power in many respects, and it suffers mainly from the usual colonial procedures, manipulation, divide and rule, and the confidential agents pensioned off at high reward are also part of that process, as Phil mentioned this morning. That we see then that dominant national party, the people who have put their faith in to liberate them, takes them up successive blind alleys and ends up behaving in a different way, in a different manner. That leads to the rupture in the movement, which we've seen in the last several years. And as Fanon said, the development of new national parties, new initiatives, and also organizations such as Salvo, Liberation, and also SSRG as a think tank. So we see that happening. We then see better understanding of the people, and the people in Scotland are developing that better understanding as we go. It's not been an easy process. Not many people really knew what independence meant in 2014. Not many people knew that it was decolonisation. And that is the method and process most countries, practically all countries, have achieved independence since the self-determination process was developed and before. So we are in that process. We're now, I would say, into Fanon's third phase, people understanding the true path to liberation and understanding that there is only one remedy for the colonial condition, and that is liberation of the people, liberation and sovereignty being reclaimed. And going back to what Sarah was mentioning about the treaty, of course, every colonised people were handed a worthless treaty, and we were no different. So that's where we are. Some people believe that treaty was worth something, but in reality, it's found out to be what is regarded in post-colonial theory as another colonial hoax. So we then move towards, as we move towards self-determination, the process itself, we see that there is criteria for a non-self-governing territory, NSGT, and the main criteria there is the territory is geographically separate from the administrating power. Second factor, which I found very important in my research, particularly in the book Dún Hodden, was the importance of culture and language, indigenous culture and language, building national consciousness. And this Fanon maintained in his book and books that it was a fundamental aspect of independence, liberation, national consciousness. Without that, there is no momentum really for independence. And that's built on national culture and indigenous languages particularly. And that's where in the UN's aspects here, conditions, the linguistic and cultural aspects of a people, basically the ethnicity, is extremely important, although we don't talk about it too much in the Scottish context, or we're accused of certain things. The third aspect is territory lacks a sufficient measure of self-government. So looking then at briefly at the structural indicators of colonialism, what I am looking at is things like economic underdevelopment, cultural marginalisation, demographic manipulation, the essential features of a dependency, which also was covered this morning and intimated in Phil's speech about how the territory here is becoming even more dependent on England for its energy, even though we produce endless amounts of energy. But I'll focus particularly on elements of trade in that sense, which is my background. And then the psychological aspect, because we have to remember that colonialism, although it's about economic exploitation, political control, cultural domination, it's based on psychology. It's no mistake, really, that people like Fanon and other post-colonial theorists were very big psychologists. So, economic underdevelopment, we have massive trade interception, which it means that basically about 2/3 of Scottish trade is dominated by one country, that's England. Most of our exports, raw materials exports and the other goods are exported at low costs, particularly oil and gas, energy, other aspects, aggregates. And imports come in through England's supply chain. Scotland is dominated by England's supply chain, so pretty much everything coming here is supplied by one country, England. And therefore we have limited emphasis by the administrative power, which is also the colonial power, on providing direct links. So aviation, seaports are downplayed. This was always historically the case with the idea of Prestwick as a global aviation hub, which it should be. And in independent Scotland, it would be, not just for freight, but I think also for intercontinental aviation, passenger travel. Scotland could easily be the Keflavik of Western Europe. And many of us, as we travel via Iceland, know that it's a mid-Atlantic load centre. And Scotland is about 1 hour aviation time shorter to most European capitals on transatlantic routes. So it has a strategic position. Shipping as well, and I've worked on hub and spoke networks and around the world, and two of the projects here which could have developed were major seaports at Hunterston and Scapa Flow for intercontinental container transshipment. These were all blocked by the Westminster government. So Scotland is not developed in that sense. And there's a good quote there by the Earl of Glasgow in 1946, almost a century ago now, implicitly that Scotland is to have no contact with the outside world except through London. And this was throughout Westminster policy papers on any different policy area. Transport, economics, industry. Scotland was to have no contact with the outside world. And this goes to even today, where Westminster tells the Scottish ministers they can't deal with anything international, which is where we are. So limited economic infrastructure and adequate public services, and we have a zero growth position and a very poor GDP position, historically high levels of unemployment, poverty, deprivation, inequality, high energy costs, a narrow industrial concentration. So basically what we are is set up to serve the mother country, and that's a colonial structural weakness for our economy particularly. So we end up with a very uncompetitive economy. If we look quickly at GDP, we can see there Scotland's GDP measure $40,000 per capita compared to Norway, Ireland over 100,000. So we are less than half the best, if you like. Something seriously wrong here, because Scotland has enormous resources, a small population, a big landmass, a fairly big landmass, and 60-odd% of the exclusive economic zone, as Phil also mentioned this morning. I don't know if he's still here, but he gave us great info today. But there we go. So Scots have a colonial GDP in that sense. It's artificially low. The thing about colonialism is its aim, its purpose is to widen inequality. This is where I can't quite get my head around the Scottish government in Holyrood and Victoria Keys saying their priority is to reduce inequality or to eradicate poverty. They can never do this under colonial regime because the colonizer will always intercept the value, the wealth, the trade that we have. So my estimate here is that Scotland's GDP should normally be between $60,000, $70,000 per capita or more. If it was that minimum, if it was that level, which is just about Danish level, we're looking for 100 billion pounds. We're looking probably for 150 billion pounds. And this is the cost of colonialism. One way or another, this is extracted from Scotland through a hoax treaty. And that is the cost of colonialism. So it's a monstrous amount of money, and you can just imagine, 150 billion is 3 times the block grant. So Holyrood are scrapping around for 40 billion, adding to it little bits of taxation they can do to fix our potholes and fix our hospitals and do things with the schools and whatnot. But they could have more than double that under independence, easily, with probably a lot of spare change. So it's an enormous amount of money, but it's a colonial balance sheet we have. If we look at energy, this was also mentioned in significantly this morning. So we see that our energy price is the highest in the world. Yet we have enormous energy surpluses, and we should have cables directly across the sea. We should be selling that energy not just to our neighbour England, who dominates it and takes it for nothing with no royalties coming back. We should be selling it to the continent, for sure. And we would be a very wealthy trading economy with that. So we have a massive opportunity cost here, zero economic growth, a very poor GDP, underdevelopment. And this means that the colonial economy in society is unable to develop. This is why our economy looks more like, and some parts of our cities look more like Murmansk Oblast than mid-Norway, if you like. But so it's a terrible difference in capability. So colonized people are always left impoverished in that sense. If we look at cultural marginalization, going back to Fanon leans very heavily on culture, and as do other post-colonial theorists such as Memmi and Saussure, independence is a fight for a national culture. And we're subject to a form of cultural imperialism which imposes an alien culture on Scotland, and this enculturation leads in turn to that psychological condition we know of the Scottish cultural cringe, which is a form of self-hatred, and also related to the theory of internalized racism or appropriated racial oppression, which people suffer from. So it's quite a serious debilitating disorder. And the only remedy for that condition is liberation. So we have to be aware of that. That condition will continue if we do not secure our freedom in that sense. We have what's called the illusion of culture, and that half the world were deluded into thinking they were British. Many are still are. Scots were no exception. But at the end of the day, that's the contest between. That was the contest between the yes/no vote in 2014. Was basically your identity. Did you feel more British or more Scottish? And that was the post-referendum research results of Edinburgh University. That's what it came down to. It came down to identity as a cultural emotion. And this goes back to Fanon's conclusion that the desire for nationhood is a cultural emotion, which is very, very important. Not so big an issue about economics, about pensions, about whatever. It's a cultural emotion, what comes out of it, and then the psychological conditioning comes into that and influences people's mindsets. Now, part of that is language suppression and linguistic imperialism. We had it with the Gaelic language. We have it with the Scots language. These languages were not taught. Now that's being remedied in the case of Gaelic, but the British state and its administration here are going very, very slow on the Scots language, even although the Council of Europe and other agencies have informed the Scottish Government and British Government that people have a right to their language. Linguistic rights are very important, and that's a fundamental part of the definition of a non-self-governing territory as well. So we're on that track. We have demographic manipulation. We've had it for centuries. We had it with the clearances, the forced evictions, the genocide, the 1700s and 1800s. Then the mass imperial resettlement programs and imperial resettlement acts, indentured labour, all sorts of mechanisms to clear Scotland. And in post-colonial theory, that's simply called banishment of the natives. Banishment of the natives. However it's dressed up, that's what it is. It's removing the indigenous people, as many as possible. And what happens then is a replacement with a meritocracy. A meritocracy which in our case mainly historically has come from south of the border, England, even into Victorian times and before that. So most of the top jobs, as we know, were always advertised in London press. So where do you think your meritocracy is coming from? And the doors of opportunity are only opened by one language. That's the coloniser's language. So the more Scots you speak, the less likely you're going to get opportunities. So out-migration, emigration, was the only solution for many Scots seeking escape from poverty, unemployment, and lack of opportunity due to colonial mismanagement. So the essential features of a dependency, colonialism, we have to remember, is force. It's otherwise known as geographic violence. So you're held tight. So any opportunities to liberate the people to assert self-determination is blocked, even especially by the colonisers' courts, of course. So Scotland is governed from outside. Its national identity is suppressed. Resources are exploited. Its democratic will is subordinated, and so on. So we have all these elements of dependency, markers of dependency. We also have the misrepresentation that the United Kingdom has portrayed Scotland as a willing partner in a democratic union and not as an annexed territory with a worthless treaty. So the reality is quite clear, because we can see it in the economic reality, the cultural reality, educational, everything else is a colonial reality. So that narrative has to be then challenged, and that's what's being done. The narrative is being challenged through the United Nations and other agencies. Just want to briefly touch on the psychological aspects, because this is very important. Colonialism is based on psychology. Salyers, I should mention, was Fanon's teacher in Martinique. So this goes back even before Fanon. But the reality still remains the same. Colonialism is a disease of the mind. Colonized people develop a schizoid element, and that's Dr. Purvis's findings and his view about the Scots language suppression. When Scots bairns go into schools and are taught to learn another language, and to discard their own mother tongue, which is a key issue. It's always a colonial procedure, wherever it is, India, Kenya, Malaysia, Ireland, Scotland. We all suffered the same thing of colonial bilingualism, or what they called the torture of colonial bilingualism, where you have to suppress your own mother tongue and speak another folk's language if you want to get on in life. So there we are. This is the problem with the colonial mindset, of course, is colonialism is always a cooperative venture with native elites. Native elites buy into it. They assimilate. They become like the colonizer. The Scotsman in the elite, the gentry, became English, as in Wales, as in Ireland, and that's the reality. So colonialism is always a joint venture with native elites. It doesn't matter whether it's here or in an African tribe or wherever. It's the same thing. And that's how it happens. So they place themselves in the service of the elite, and they adopt the ideology and values of the elite. And the ideology and values is very important, particularly the values. So the colonizers' values remain sovereign in the colony. And here we see the removal of our traditional values of the common good and the benefits to the wider society, the public domain, public goods. And we see privatization, private profit, private ownership, the private individual. So a totally different cultural and traditional philosophy. And this is also, go back to what Sarah said, is enshrined in the claim of right. All these aspects of Scottish cultural values and traditions are enshrined in our ancient constitution, but taken out the system when you're annexed and administered by another regime and culture. So we need to decolonize the mind as well as the nation. Just a quick look at Freud's theory, because it's very helpful if you want to see what happens here. We all know unionists, or what I would call colonialists, you cannot change their mind. Their mindset is fixed. It doesn't matter if you say Scotland's could be the wealthiest country in the world. They will say, nah. or they say, we're better where we are. And it's because what they do is, with the colonial mindset, people very similar to people develop defense mechanisms, what Freud defined as defense mechanisms, which include denial, distortion, suppression. They will block the trauma of past crimes against the people as well, such as genocide or banishment of the natives, exploitation, so on. A lot of this is in the book, which many of you have been forced to buy by my wife Linda at the door. I do apologise for that. But it takes a woman to do it. What can I say? Briefly, there's some of the mechanisms and the aspects of oppression are there: external political control, imperialism, linguistic and cultural, the imposition of a cultural hegemony that reflects a different culture, dominant culture, an underdeveloped people in the economy, people in economic exploitation, prejudice, social linguistic, and so on. So that's the reality. And just to conclude, what matters here is the lived reality of Scottish people. And as we see in the evidence we have, increasingly and gaining all the time, is that is structural subordination. We're not really asking for special treatment. We're just asking for our rights. We're claiming our right. We're claiming it, right. So, and that's about that recognition reality of what has been existing in the last 300 years and what exists today, and why there's still a growing demand for independence and an understanding that independence means decolonisation. So we're in that aspect now. The United Nations has the mechanism to reflect these injustices and to deal with them, and that's what we're appealing to in that sense. So we must no longer be the wretched of the earth. We have to reclaim our sovereignty, our rights, and our future. Thank you.
I'm still not convinced. but
It's got the mindset. It's got the mindset. Look. It's got the.
They didn't hire me for my intellect. So thank you very much, Professor Baird. It's most interesting. And of course, when I first heard about these theories of the colonial mindset and discussing about a new television broadcaster, which incidentally I'm working on, and obviously I speak English. And I don't even speak proper Scots because my mother used to beat me as a child and correct my English. Anyway, on to our next distinguished guest. See? This next gentleman is part of the UN process, Mr. Sharof Azizov. Azizov.
Yeah.
Azizov.
I will say it.
I do apologise.
No worry.
It's the English language culture brainwashing that I've had. I do actually have a very good friend who's Dutch, and I used to correct him and say every time we went for a business meeting, I went, "Could you not just change your name to Frank?" Because they had to spell it every time. It was. I went, "Oh, not again." You know. Anyway. Mr. Azizov, I got it right, it'll not be like that again, is the Executive Director of Justice pour Tous International. Yeah, he can correct me, he lives in France.
I will say it.
A legal representation organisation, and they're representing Liberation Scotland at the United Nations. So I would like to introduce Mr. Azizov, and he's going to make his speech, and I'll just switch your laptop back on, because I switched it off. He's got a microphone.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Sharof Azizov. Yeah. It's a pleasure to be here. It's my first time in Scotland, and I really, really enjoy this joy. Distinguished panelists, honored guests, it's an honor to speak before you today on behalf of Justice for All International, which has the privilege of serving as a legal representative of Liberation Scotland in its engagement with the United Nations Special Committee on Decolonisation, commonly known as C24. My presentation is entitled The UN Process, so I will guide you through this process. Because it's time, indeed overdue, that the people of Scotland fully understand and utilize the lawful mechanisms available to colonized peoples under international law. This is not solely a political cause. It is a legal process grounded in the foundational principles of the United Nations Charter and governed by the resolutions of the General Assembly. On 7th March 2025, we formally submitted an advance notice of petition to the United Nations, initiating the procedure of Scotland's recognition as a non-self-governing territory. This submission represents the first formal engagement by the Scottish liberation movement with the international legal framework dedicated to decolonisation and the right to self-determination. Our legal basis draws from the following normative instruments. Article 1, Paragraph 2 of the UN Charter, which enshrines self-determination as a founding principle of international order. Resolution 1514, the 1960 Declaration on granting of independence to colonial countries and peoples. Resolution 1541, which defines the conditions under which a territory is deemed non-self-governing, and the Resolution 1654, which operationalizes the decolonization process through establishment of a mandate of C24, specialized committee. Resolution 1541 sets out 3 conditions for inclusion of on the list of non-self-governing territories. The territory must be geographically distinct from administrative power. Its people must be culturally, ethnically, and linguistically distinct. And the third one, it must lack a full measure of self-government, particularly in conduct of internal and external affairs. Scotland clearly meets all 3 criteria. Geographically, Scotland possesses defined borders, territorial waters, and an international recognized national identity. Culturally and linguistically, it is a home to distinct traditions, legal systems, and languages, Scots and Gaelic, that have historically managed marginalized. Politically, Scotland lacks sovereign power. Its parliament is devolved, not entrenched. Its authority is constrained by the Westminster, and it remains excluded from control over foreign policy, defense, and monetary affairs. There are no theoretical deficiencies. They constitute the basis for Scotland's classification as a subject territory, administered externally and denied effective self-determination. The United Kingdom, as an administering power, bears obligation under Article 74, paragraph E of the UN Charter, including the duty to report on Scotland's political and socio-economic development. It has failed entirely in this regard, obscuring Scotland's colonial status through the myth of voluntary union. Our submission aims to dismantle this myth. The historical record and colonial markers annexed to our 7th March submission establish that 1707 Treaty of Union was never implemented as agreed. Its central provisions, namely the creation of a new joint state unified parliament, were discarded and replaced by England's unilateral continuation under the rebranded title. Scotland was not joined in union, but annexed. And this act of constitutional substitution has had lasting consequences: the dismantling of sovereign institutions, suppression of cultural identity, structural underdevelopment, and entrenched subordination within the non-consensual constitutional order. Accordingly, our UN advocacy seeks 3 concrete outcomes: recognition of Liberation Scotland as a legitimate liberation movement in line with the Resolution 1514. Second, inclusion of Scotland on the UN list of non-self-governing territories. And the third, initiation of decolonization process under UN supervision, including oversight of any future referendum or independence process. This is an uphill struggle. The Special Committee on Decolonization is not merely a legal forum. It's highly politicized diplomatic space. The United Kingdom, as a permanent member of the Security Council and a dominant voice within the General Assembly, will predictably resist this initiative. But international law does not bend to political power. It stands on legal principles, sustained diplomacy, and the moral clarity of those who demand justice. Our claim is not without precedent. The United Nations has recognized territories which comparable or even greater degree of internal autonomy as non-self-governing territories. For example, New Caledonia remains listed as a non-self-governing territory under UN Decolonisation framework, despite having held 3 referenda on independence and possessing significant internal authority under 1998 Nomeo Accord. The reason is clear. France retained control over essential sovereign powers, including defense, foreign affairs, currency, and immigration. Another example, French Polynesia was reinscribed on the list of non-self-governing territories by the General Assembly Resolution 67/265 in 2013, despite the objection of administering power France. This reaffirmed the UN's position that internal autonomy alone does not fulfill the right to self-determination. In the absence of a genuine and freely exercised act of political will, Scotland, like these territories, lacked control over fundamental sovereign functions and has never undergone a binding, internationally supervised act of self-determination. Its people have been systematically denied the opportunity to freely and fully determine their political status in accordance with international law. Our advocacy strategy combines international law, diplomacy, and public education. We will continue to brief permanent missions in Geneva and New York. We will organize side events at the Human Rights Council and General Assembly. We will engage with decolonized nations, many of whom once stood before the United Nations with their own petitions for freedom. And we will persistently articulate the legal truth that has been withheld from the Scottish public. This is not a symbolic gesture. It is a procedural beginning of a structured and lawful campaign. If successful, it will place Scotland's future within the protective mechanisms of international law and outside of unilateral discretion of the United Kingdom. Let me close with this. Decolonization is not an act of protest. It is an act of justice. It confirms that no people shall be denied the right to determine their political status, nor to pursue their economic, social, and cultural development, free from external domination. Scotland has waited long enough. It's time to take the legal path to freedom. Thank you.
Well, where's my kilt? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're nearly done, but not quite. We still have 2 very important, distinguished panelists. It's getting better. And I think we're all going to leave this venue tonight with an awful lot, a clearer idea of where we're going and what's at stake. So it brings me on to our next. They're sitting in the wrong order, just to confuse me. Well, in fact, okay. So, we need a situation that is win-win. Scotland is a wealthy country, asset-rich. It's not in control of its own assets and its wealth. So I'd like to introduce you to Craig Murray, whose former career has been a diplomat, an ambassador, and is also an international legal advocate. So can we please introduce Craig Murray. Round of applause, please.
Thank you. Well, I've had an interesting career, some of which I can remember. And on one occasion when I was a British ambassador in Uzbekistan, one afternoon when I must have been particularly sober, I had the good sense to send young Sharof to study international law at the University of Essex. Yeah, that one seemed to work out well. It's
Scotland will be forever grateful.
I've spent most of the last 2.5 years wandering around the world campaigning for various causes, and it's fantastic to be back home again among my own people here in Scotland. It's slightly different. I think the last two times I gave a big speech. First, I was introduced by Middle East Eye, somewhere in the Middle East, as a renowned international human rights expert. Then the next time I gave a speech was in Glasgow, and they said, "Here's Craig, I don't think he's too steaming." Which what do they say about a prophet is without honor in his own country? And it's also lovely to be here in this Carnegie Conference Centre, which is a fantastic venue. And it reminds me that 18 months ago, I was with the South African delegation in the International Courts of Justice in The Hague for the genocide case against Israel. And I'd only once before been in the courtroom, and I hadn't realized that until this last time, that the International Court of Justice, the entire building, the entire construction, was built by Andrew Carnegie. And not only that, it was actually, it still is funded and run by the Carnegie Trust, which is fantastic. And in fact came in very useful, because the hall was extremely full, as you might imagine. The hall's not actually that big. And there were literally thousands of people trying to get in. I'd been, because I was neither a South African nor Palestinian, I wasn't allowed in as part of the official delegation. I'd been queuing all night, literally, to make sure that I got inside. But even so, some official tried to stop me, and I said to him, "I'm Scottish, we built this place." Which extraordinarily worked. Anyway, I think having supported many causes in my lifetime, unless there's something very wrong with you, the cause that matters most to you of all is the freedom of your own nation. That's what I feel so strongly. There's no doubt in my mind, there's never been a doubt, that Scotland always was a colony. always interests me internationally when you talk to people who find it hard to accept. Nobody has any difficulty now in accepting that Ireland was a colony. Everyone sees that immediately. But there's this strange psychological aversion among some people, particularly among some Scots, to seeing Scotland as a colony. And with some people, it's a kind of national pride. They don't want to be a colony. And then I've met others who come from the opposite direction, who are Marxists or people of similar left-wing intent, who feel that you're trying to excuse the Scottish role in slavery and colonialism by saying Scotland's a colony. Whereas in fact we're not. We're not trying to deny that Scots participated in empire. But conquered peoples, client peoples, subject peoples have always participated in every empire. India wasn't conquered by British troops, it was conquered by Indian troops under British control. And every, as Alf mentioned, every nation, every one of the 37 native states of India that was taken over, annexed by the UK, every one did it on the basis of a so-called treaty. There was always a pretended treaty between equal states agreeing to the giving up of sovereignty. We're not unusual in that sense in any way, just as our treaty was identical to the Treaty of the Irish colony in all important aspects. So the colonial position of Scotland is not one I have difficulty asserting. But I also want to make plain that I'm delighted to be involved and lend my, if you like, my diplomatic experience to the negotiating and the approaching delegations, and to be involved in the process of education that we need to undertake at the United Nations. I'm looking forward so much to being in it. But I do want to make plain that this does not replace the need for campaigning and progress at home. It goes hand in hand with it. Because my own opinion is that I have never believed that London will voluntarily let Scotland go. It's absolutely true, what Alf said about the, it's hard to estimate an exact figure is not easy. I would say it's at least £150 billion a year that they rip off from us, and they don't want to be without that. The status, the finances of the UK depend very much still on the subjugation of the Scottish people. I actually happen to believe that having to refinance, having to rejig, having to give a new boost to their moribund economy would actually be good for the rump of the United Kingdom. I don't think Scottish independence is going to harm them. I think it's the shake of the kaleidoscope they damn well need in that declining moribund nation state. But I don't have high hopes of getting them to see that before it happens. So we are going never to be given our independence. We are going to have to take our independence. To do that, having the cover of acknowledgement by the United Nations as a self-governing territory is to do it with the guaranteed support of the international community. Independence is a state of existence between states. You're an independent state if other states recognize you as an independent state. It is a state of existence on the international sphere. It has nothing to do with domestic politics. You can be a state which is de facto largely independent, like, say, the Turkish Republic of North Cyprus, which nobody recognizes except one or two states. Therefore, you are not actually independent. Or you can be a state acknowledged as independent, but in fact, de facto a client state, somewhere like Palau would be an example, or Guam, some of the de facto American colonies. Independence is something which can't be withheld by Westminster. Independence can be granted, and it cannot be granted by Westminster either, weirdly enough. You know, if London said we were independent and the international community did not recognize us, we would not be independence. Independence is nothing to do with London either way. Independence as a state exists solely between the people of Scotland and the international community who are going to recognise us. The Supreme Court, of course, in London, of course, was always going to come down against the sovereignty of the Scottish people and in favour of the sovereignty of the English Parliament, because that is the doctrine of the Supreme Court. Everybody knew that was going to be the answer, which of course opens up the motives of the people who went there to get that answer, when we all knew what it would be. We are asserting a different tradition. We are asserting that sovereignty does not lie with a Parliament in London. Sovereignty lies with the people of Scotland. And we are taking the case for the sovereignty of the people of Scotland to New York, to Geneva, to the world, and we are going to succeed. Thank you.
Well, I think the gold standard has to be we must reach 75%. Now, who said that? Craig, in fact, all of our distinguished panelists have been quite amazing so far. So I'd just like you to switch yourself on, sir. So our last guest on the panel, to try and convince you that being run from London for the benefit of Westminster and all the hoo-ha that goes on, God, jolly good, you know, is a professor. Now, the problem with all these professors is they're very clever. I find that quite off-putting myself. I've not met this gentleman before today. But, so I want you to listen very carefully. So Professor Robert Black, KC, so King's Counsel. I've got some more initials to give you. Are you writing them down? Because there's going to be a pop quiz at the end. So Robert Black, KC, FRSA, FRSE, FFCS, FHEA, is also Professor of Scots Law at the University of Edinburgh. I've heard of that. Is here to give you a very important message, and a very important message to the world. So we've already established Scotland is probably a colony, but doesn't want to be. So may I introduce to you Professor Robert Black, KC.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I never expected to be here, either physically or intellectually. I've been involved in the law of Scotland in various capacities student, practicing advocate, law reformer, law teacher, encyclopedia editor, part-time judge, for more than 60 years. For 59 of those years, I have believed implicitly, and in my career I have encouraged others to believe, that as a result of the Treaty of Union, the Acts of Union, the Scottish and English parliaments ceased to exist. That effectively, as states in international law, Scotland and England ceased to exist and were superseded by a new entity, the United Kingdom of Great Britain. Now that, I may say, was not the view of the early 18th century. Early 18th century scholars, politicians, as to what had happened in 1707. That became the standard orthodox view really only in the 19th century. And it's to a considerable extent due to an English legal scholar called Arthur Venn Dicey. Now, when I was a student, our professor of constitutional law at the University of Edinburgh used to embody in his weekly lectures usually a statement at some point, but Dicey was wrong. One thing, however, he never claimed that Dicey was wrong about was what happened in 1707. The abolition of the two countries of Scotland and the superseding of a single country, the United Kingdom. Now, following Dicey, other leading lawyers in both England and Scotland followed that view. A leading English international lawyer, Lord McNair, wrote in 1938, England and Scotland ceased to exist as international persons and became the unitary state of Great Britain. Now, that was a view that was also accepted by Scottish lawyers. Now, Professor T.B. Smith of Edinburgh University, he was the professor, one of the professors of law when I first became a student. You cannot think of a more convinced legal nationalist than Professor T.B. Smith. But he concurred in the view that that was what had happened. He wrote in 1957, the separate kingdoms of Scotland and England merged in the new state of Great Britain and ceased to exist as persons for the purposes of international law. Now, T.B. Smith's counterpart in Glasgow was Professor David Walker. Now, Walker in Glasgow took exactly the same view of what had happened in 1707. One of the few things, I may say, that Smith and Walker ever agreed about. I, however, having been induced to look as a lawyer with fresh eyes at what actually happened in 1707 and thereabouts, I am now convinced that this explanation of what actually happened in 1707 is false. The events of 1707 certainly resulted in Scotland's Parliament and executive government ceasing to exist. But was there any parallel in England? Were the governmental institutions of both nations replaced by institutions of a new state? The answer, of course, is no. And what I want to do is to look at the institutions of government. Now, the first branch of government I want to look at is the legislative branch. Now, after 1707, both houses of the English Parliament remained in being exactly the same as before, save for the addition to the House of Commons of 45 Scots, selected by the outgoing Scottish Parliament, and 12 peers, selected by the peers of Scotland. The incumbent officers and members of the Parliament of England remained exactly as before. And they, of course, were the overwhelming majority in that new body. Not even a general election was held to mark this supposedly new institution. So, what happened? Well, for Scotland, everything changed. We lost our legislature. But for England, nothing changed. Now, they didn't even elect a new speaker. The speaker before the Scots joined remained the speaker after the Scots joined. Now, the speaker in question was one John Smith, MP for Andover. Now, those of you who remember him or know of him at all probably remember him for one thing. And that one thing is that he said, "We have catched Scotland and will bind her fast." Also, not just the speaker was the same. All of the standing orders of the English Parliament remained in being. And the legislation that was passed by that Parliament continued in an unbroken series. Acts of Parliament, as you may know, in those days, were normally in England described by the regnal year of the monarch, plus a chapter number. Now, the Act of the English Parliament, which ratified the Treaty of Union, was numbered 6 Anne, chapter 11. The last act passed by the English Parliament before the new dispensation took over was 6 Anne, chapter 34. And you may find it interesting that 6 Anne, chapter 34 was an act for continuing the laws relating to the poor and to the buying and selling of cattle in Smithfield, and for suppressing of piracy. An interesting group of subjects to form the topic of one Act of Parliament. But that's merely by the way. That was 6 Anne, chapter 34. The first act passed after the Scottish members joined the Parliament was numbered 6 Anne, chapter 35. And it was a Land Tax Act. I may say that the second act, which received the royal assent on the same day as the first act, was an act to repeal certain Scotch acts, namely the Scottish Parliament's Act for the Security of the Kingdom and its Act anent Peace and War. That was 6 Anne, chapter 36. So, for the English Parliament, nothing changed. For England, nothing changed. What about the executive branch of government? Well, in 1707, the executive branch of the government in Scotland, the Privy Council and various other persons, was superseded by the existing executive structure pertaining in England, including the English Privy Council, with, however, the addition of a Secretary of State for Scotland. But that didn't last long. The office of Secretary of State for Scotland was abolished in 1746, and thereafter Scotland was managed, and that's the word used, managed. Scotland was managed by the Lord Advocate until 1827, and thereafter it was managed by the Home Office. Now, that happened until 1885, when a Secretary of Scotland was introduced and upgraded in 1926 to a Secretary of State for Scotland. But in 1707, the whole of the executive governmental structure of Scotland changed. It was abolished. What happened in England? In England, the executive government, the institutions of executive government changed not at all. For England, nothing changed. Now, one of the functions of the executive branch of government is the conclusion of treaties and agreements with foreign countries. Prior to 1707, both Scotland and England did this. Scotland had treaties, including treaties with France, with the Pope, and with various Scandinavian states. After 1707, legal scholars regarded none of those treaties continuing in subsistence. They all lapsed when Scotland, as a state in international law, ceased to exist. By contrast, England's pre-1707 treaties were regarded by the new regime and by legal scholars as continuing in full force and effect, notwithstanding the supposed creation of a new kingdom. That includes the oldest English treaties still in existence, the England's treaties of alliance with Portugal in 1373 and 1386. The view of the English government, the view of legal scholars, was that these treaties continued in full force and effect. But it's more than that. England's diplomatic representation in the countries of Europe, in the kingdoms of Europe, continued uninterrupted. No fresh credentials were submitted by the existing English ambassadors in consequence of the supposed new regime. Now, an ambassador supposedly represents a territory under the monarch. The monarch was claiming now to represent Scotland as well as England. It was all one country. It was a new country. Therefore, there was, if you like, a suggestion that perhaps it might have been an idea that the ambassadors of this new unified state should present fresh letters of credence to the governments to which they were assigned. None of that happened, and instructively, none of the foreign states to whom these ambassadors were accredited regarded it as necessary that new credentials on behalf of this supposed new state should be presented. So Scotland lost, if you like, its international persona. But for England, nothing changed. What about the judicial branch of government, the third of the branches? Well, it's clear that as far as the judicial branch of government is concerned, for England, nothing changed. At first sight, if you look simply at the legislation, at the Treaty and Acts of Union, it would appear from the text that for Scotland too, nothing changed. Article 19 is the relevant article of the supposed treaty. That the Court of Session or College of Justice do after the Union and notwithstanding thereof remain in all time coming within Scotland as it is now constituted by the laws of that kingdom and with the same authority and privileges as before the Union. subject nevertheless to such regulations for the better administration of justice as shall be made by the Parliament of Great Britain. Similar provision relating to the criminal court. The Court of Session, the College of Justice, was the Scottish Civil Court. The criminal court, the Court of Justiciary, similar provision in Article 19, which then ends that no causes in Scotland be cognizable by the courts of Chancery, Queen's Bench, Common Pleas, or any other court in Westminster Hall, and that the said courts, or any other of the like nature after the Union, shall have no power to cognize, review, or alter the acts or sentences of the judicatures within Scotland. So, there you are. These were the standard English courts. They met in Westminster Hall. These courts were not to have first instance authority over cases from Scotland, nor were they to have any appellate authority from the courts of Scotland. However, under the English system, appeal in certain circumstances could be taken from these English courts to the House of Lords. Now, it's a different House of Lords. It's not the House of Lords sitting as a House of Parliament, as a House of the Legislature. It's the House of Lords sitting with another hat on, sitting as the highest court in the English court structure. Now, there was something vaguely equivalent in Scotland, protestation for remede of law, enabled dissatisfied litigants in the Court of Session to take their case under defined circumstances to the Scottish Parliament. That was a protestation for remede of law. And because that possibility existed, under the claim of right, actually, existed in Scotland, soon after 1707, it was asserted that an appeal should now lie in place of protestation for remede of right to the Scottish Parliament. An appeal should lie to the House of Lords, the ultimate court of appeal in England. And the House of Lords, in its judicial capacity, swallowed this hook, line, and sinker. But of course it did, because it's an extra piece of control, and control is important. So it was that from 1707, the ultimate court of appeal in civil matters in Scotland became the House of Lords. And I may say, the Scots made great use of this right of appeal that had been recognised. I have to say that their confidence in the unbiased justice that might be delivered to them in that time's College of Justice was not high. So, in any event, whatever the reasons, appeals from Scotland to the House of Lords were recognised. And so, after 1707, the ultimate court of appeal in civil matters in Scotland became the House of Lords. Now, it's a House of Lords sitting as a court, was normally staffed by the Lord Chancellor, the head of the English judiciary, the Lord Chancellor. Any other peer who had held high judicial office was also entitled to sit. Now, very often, the Lord Chancellor sat alone. Between 1707 and 1867, the final court of appeal from Scottish civil courts contained not one single judge trained or qualified in the law of Scotland. Lord Chancellor Erskine, 1806, early 19th century, good Scottish name, but a lawyer trained and qualified only in England, said in the chamber, "I know something of the law, but of Scotch law I am as ignorant as a native of Mexico. These were the people who formed the ultimate Court of Appeal from Scotland. Here's another example, 1858, Scottish appeal to the House of Lords. Now, the judge sitting was one Lord Cranworth, a former Lord Chancellor, and he had decided that if this case had come to him from England through the English court structure, he knew what the answer was. The English law was clear. And so he went on to say, but if such be the law of England, on what ground can it be argued not to be the law of Scotland? The law as established in England is founded on principles of universal application. So, since 1867, at least one judge from the Scottish system, now it's normally two, have been appointed to sit in the final Court of Appeal, originally the House of Lords, now the Supreme Court. But I think you can perhaps imagine how much damage was done to the law of Scotland between 1707 and 1867. And Scots law and English law were entirely different. They were entirely different systems based on entirely different sources. Scotland was a part of the European legal tradition of received Roman law. England was not. England was, as in so many things, absolutely unique. It had a system of law based on what the judges who happened to be presiding over the case thought they should do. And then once one judge had done it, every other judge was required to follow that, the doctrine of precedent. So that's different systems, different methods of operation. So, even though today you have two judges sitting in the ultimate Court of Appeal from Scotland, a bench is normally one of five. So even today, if both Scots sit in a Scottish appeal, they are inevitably outnumbered by judges trained and qualified in a different system. No way to run a sweetie shop, one would have said. So on the face of the Articles of Union, it appeared as if the independence of the Scottish judicial system had been preserved intact. But in reality, and in actual practice, it was subordinated to the highest English appeal court, and it remains so today. But in England, nothing changed. Now, Sarah mentioned in her talk the opinion given by two international lawyers in the context of what was then a forthcoming referendum on independence in Scotland. The United Kingdom government in 2012, in anticipation of the referendum taking place, commissioned an opinion from two very distinguished international lawyers. Cambridge professor James Crawford, who was a senior counsel from Australia, but was a member of English Barristers' Chambers, and Professor Alan Boyle, who was one of my colleagues, was Professor of International Law at the University of Edinburgh, but also an English barrister and a member of Barristers' Chambers in England. Now, the purpose of this opinion was to advise, in the event of Scotland becoming an independent state in international law, whether there would be a state successor to the United Kingdom, succeeding seamlessly to the United Kingdom's rights and obligations under international law, including, of course, membership of the Security Council of the United Nations, just to mention one case at random. So, would there be a successor state if the United Kingdom split up? And if so, what would the successor state be? Would it be Rump UK, in other words, England, or would it be Rump UK plus Scotland? Would there be two equal successor states? That was the problem. Well, Crawford and Boyle, in their opinion, came to the conclusion in 184 paragraphs, spread over 45 pages, that there would indeed be a successor state if Scotland became independent, and that state would be England alone. Now, I have to say, this was not a surprising conclusion. And as a matter of strict international law regarding state succession, it was not necessarily an incorrect opinion. Sorry, but it was not necessarily wrong. However, that was the conclusion they reached, surprise, surprise. Now, en route to reaching this conclusion, the professors considered the legal nature of what happened in 1707. Now, in paragraphs 34 and 35 of their opinion, they wrote, one view is that the Union created a new state, Great Britain, into which the international identities of Scotland and England merged and which was distinct from both. An alternative view is that as a matter of international law, England continued, albeit under a new name and regardless of the position in domestic law, and was simply enlarged to incorporate Scotland. Now, it is perfectly clear from this opinion and from the examples that they give of the continuation unchanged of English institutions that Crawford and Boyle favoured the England enlarged view of what happened in 1707. Now, they did not find it necessary actually to decide that question in order to reach the conclusion that whatever the position in 1707, as a result of 1707 had been, the position, if there was a breakup as a result of the referendum, was that England would be the successor state and not Scotland. But it's interesting, you see, that these two very distinguished international lawyers recognized what the alternatives were. And although they did not get down completely off the fence, it is perfectly plain which alternative they thought was actually the correct one. Well, given that there are these two alternatives, how does one decide between them? Well, I've looked at the institutions and how institutions either differed or stayed the same after the events of 1707 took place. But if you're looking not at the international sphere, is there any other sphere which is useful by analogy? This is what lawyers do. If you are confronted with a problem for which there is no immediate binding authority that governs what the decision must be, you tend to look for an analogy that may be helpful to you in resolving this legal problem. Now, it occurred to me that the closest possible analogy to what happened to Scotland and England in 1707 was the law of takeovers and mergers in company law. Mergers, typically a mutual agreement, two companies normally of relatively similar size and strength, decide to combine into a new single entity. A takeover involves one company, the acquirer, taking control of another company, the target. In a takeover, the target company becomes a subsidiary of the acquirer or is completely absorbed into the acquirer's operations. The acquirer has the controlling power and makes the key decisions. Now, takeovers can be friendly or they can be hostile. But in company law, there are well-recognized tests for determining whether what has happened is a merger or a takeover. I have no doubt that any corporate lawyer looking at the events of 1706 and 1707 and later would classify what occurred as a takeover, not a merger. Whether the takeover was friendly or hostile, I don't propose to go into. Well, what's my conclusion? My conclusion is that no honest and conscientious lawyer can look at what happened in the first decade of the 18th century to the institutions of government north and south of the Tweed and reach the conclusion that the pre-existing states of Scotland and England both ceased to exist and that a new state emerged, phoenix-like, out of the ashes. The evidence, the facts on the ground, support no judgment other than that Scotland ceased to exist as a state in international law and was absorbed into a still extant England, cosmetically renamed Great Britain. Scotland's legal status today, more than 3 centuries later, is therefore not that of a partner in a union, unequal perhaps, but a union nevertheless, but is that of a territory absorbed into a larger country. A territory with only limited self-government and with its resources exploitable and exploited by the larger country for its own benefit and purposes. What consequences can and should flow from the recognition and acceptance of Scotland's true legal status as a non-self-governing territory is for others to say. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of this session, I think I said that we should be very worried about lawyers because they do seem to be very clever and smart. And they have a habit of being right. So what have we learnt in the last 2 hours? We've learnt that a certain woman on our panel has doggedly dug and created an organisation, in fact 2 organisations called Salvo and Liberation Scotland, not to be confused with the more recent reincarnation, and that approximately 18,000 people have signed up and joined that, and I'm sure after today that number is going to go up much, much higher. And in fact, I would encourage everybody watching, not only here but at home, to go and knock on their neighbour's door and introduce this idea that Scotland has never been in a union. It has been absorbed and run for the benefit of our neighbours south of the border. And we need to see the numbers going up. So what else have we learned? Well, we've learned from Professor Baird that there's a colonial mindset, which is reinforced, especially up here, with denying our culture, both in the media and for things to be promoted in such a way that Scotland's always crap and England's always wonderful, unless, of course, they can make it look the other way. We have another lawyer. A lawyer who is going to help take Scotland's message to the United Nations. and to Geneva. And for that, I have to say it's been a breath of fresh air, although I came in here 100% convinced that we were better together all along. However, I think I am now beyond 75%. And there can be no doubt that what you've got in front of you on this stage, excluding myself, is a crack team that's going to take the message to the international community. So, the job is almost done for here. I have to say that when we started this journey 5 years ago, SSRG, the unionists are here already. 5 years ago, we created SSRG, myself and Dr. Mark McNaught. And apart from him being I'm being a capitalist and a terrible person who wants to make a profit on things, and he wants to give everything away for free. Apart from that difference, we both have exactly the same view. Scotland, I'm very proud to be Scottish, and I'm very proud of my country. And this has made me proud. As you leave today, we still have one more thing to do this afternoon. The bar will open soon, because we are in Scotland after all. And that does differentiate us from south of the border. They close their pubs at about 10:30. I mean, what civilized country does that? SSRG published the Claim of Right, and we published, our first document was the Treaty of Union, because, strangely enough, we couldn't find it. When we were searching for it, there was no sign of it. Nowhere. So I came up with a great idea in a group meeting. Laurie was there. He offered immediately to give us £60. It's awfully generous of him. I says, that'll print about 10 copies. And I pointed out, every time we researched and tried to search this subject, the Treaty of Union, this dusty old document where we gave up our soul and joined England and became part of a bigger union, etc., we couldn't find it. All we could find was the Acts of Union for Scotland and the Acts of Union for England, and that is not the same documents. Strangely, after we printed it, it reappeared online, and now you can find it. But we have copies outside for sale. And here's a good bit of good news. You can relieve yourself of about £3 of those English notes at the door as you leave. And we will help recycle them. But seriously, folks, this has been great to see everybody here. Please go out after this conference, tell your neighbours, tell your families, spread the word. Let's get these numbers signed up to 180,000, because that's what we need to do. And may I ask you for a round of applause for our panel of distinguished guests. Thank you. Before the bar opens, there's a Q&A now going to be in Hall B, just across. Oh, we have another announcement.
We have one more announcement, which is that you will have gathered, but this is the formal announcement, that the Ambassador for Liberation Scotland, which makes him a Scottish, because he's Scottish ambassador, because you never stop using that title. So our Scottish ambassador is Mr. Craig Murray. which means that he's not allowed to go and get himself shot or bombed in Lebanon or Yemen or anywhere else until we finish the job, Craig. By the way, your family would like me to add that they would quite like you not to get bombed or shot too.
Definitely sound advice, I understand. Getting shot, and that is not a good idea. But so Hall B, there's going to be a Q&A, and here in Hall A, we're about to gear up for Meet the Authors, where we're going to have a very interesting, but one of our guests is one of our authors. So Professor Alf Baird, and also Yvonne Ridley, and I'm hoping, although I don't know if he's here yet, we have another author. So if you want to stick around and meet the authors, please do. Otherwise, Hall B, and thank you very much for coming.
As if.
Only if it's in perfect English.
Do you know what the password is here?
Wi-Fi.
Oh, great, thanks.
What time's this work taking off here?
We're going to be 1 hour and then we're out. The bar will be open by then.
When did it kick off here, do you know?
That's it, thank you. When did this come out?
What's the title? How the West
Stole democracy.
All right.
The Syrian combination of historic liberal Islamic alliance by Elizabeth J. Thompson.
Not read it, but heard of it.
Greater Syria? What was described as Greater Syria includes, according to this, a lot of the countries that are in the includes
Lebanon?
Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Palestine, and Israel.
Well, Israel has that. The great Netanyahu held up a map in the UN last year, and that was called Greater Israel, and it was huge parts of Syria, Lebanon, Saudi, Yemen.
Yeah.
Alf Baird. It's going to be 10 minutes next door and then he'll join us. We can keep it to about half an hour.
Uh-huh.
You know, the thing is, it goes out on all the channels and then it's
Good.
then recorded. So, yeah.
Good.
When I agreed, so I could do your moderation, thinking I'd just introduce the panel, that would be it. Then you get the script. Right. So now we're not to talk about the sex tapes, obviously, because we're going out.
Sex tapes.
The sex tapes, you know.
Did you say there's no sex in my book?
You all right?
Yep. I thought I'd locked it into my pocket, but it didn't quite work. Either trying to remember, there was a motorbike guy on a Harley Davidson, really good Harley Davidson, so I gave him a thumbs up, you know.
Yeah.
Good Scottish company, Harley Davidson. And I turned to Barbara and said, I hope he remembers the speed limit to the bridge. Well, as we go over the bridge, the unmarked police car rounded him up.
I know it happens a lot. We're going to get some
Right.
Yes.
And, okay.
Yes, and there was a little bit of a fallout
Just
as
sit
well.
here.
Yes, perfect.
I used to enjoy doing it. It was good fun.
Two. There are two in the audience there. I hope you paid. So this was all built with good Carnegie money.
Was it? It's closing soon.
Is it?
They're moving, yeah. They're going to a new venue.
Brand new.
I think so. Was he not such a great person? Yeah, most of the colonialists do actually make lots of money and then airbrush their reputation later. Libraries and of course, just deep down there lumps of sugar.
That's what I was hoping to do, but fortunately, by the end of the week, another invoice comes in. Give him a pension away.
What's the story behind this guy?
Don't know. We were streaming live.
I finally ditched
We're
my
streaming live, so the audio is
Oh.
going out.
Right.
Captain Kirk flip phone.
It's on now. Didn't switch it off. Yes, I did tell them I would use a bit of humour. Half an hour before. Basically, on a piece of paper on cards with my numbers on it, so that they look like order. We go out of order here, so anyway, never mind.
Well, he still looked organised.
Yeah. Well, it's done now. 2 hours of history out there, eh? Huh. And the technology tends to be working. So we're just waiting on Alf Baird, who will be with us shortly. We're going to go, we're waiting on Alf Baird. He won't be long, and then we'll keep it to about half an hour, I think. We're just going to we'll talk about page 3 and stuff, you know. Condense it down. I've got a new one, you've got one, so that's Alf Baird, it's fine. Oh dear. The good news is the Q&A is going to be very short. Well, they might. Yeah, but the other room's full, so they're off up doing the Q&A. But some of the
It's in the other room.
it's the Q&A following this session,
Oh, right.
which
Is that from 3 this morning, or was it 4 this afternoon?
2 o'clock till 4,
Yeah.
2 hours. The very important thing is the legal argument in the case and the evidence they've uncovered is very compelling.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, while I was making light of lawyers, they do have a nasty habit of being right. It's very annoying. And you can't argue with the fact that the English state continued and the Scottish state ceased to exist. But you see, there was another thing when I knew there was something else wrong, which is they just renamed the Act of Union. It's been renamed in the last 3 months. Because I looked it up. It's now called the Union with England Act and the Union with Scotland Act. They've renamed them. And as I said to Sarah, I went, how can you rename a piece of legislation that's from a defunct and non-existent parliament? The Scottish Parliament ceased to exist, they said. So how come you've just renamed a piece of legislation from what was 300 years ago? Well, it's a bit stupid, isn't it?
Well, there's got to be a reason for it. I mean, you wouldn't pick up a defunct 300-year-old act.
It's not defunct. It's live. Because what it gives away is that Scotland wasn't dissolved. Mm-hmm. It was colonised. And that's what it gives away. I went, Anyway, we're just waiting on our friend. It'd be interesting to see how many people were tuning in to watch. It was 500, nearly 600 yesterday. What? That was yesterday, right?
Yeah, 500 or 600 yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah.
Pretty good.
Today, of course, perfect. Perfect.
I show them all in, tell them they have to come in here. Otherwise,
Yes.
I've got nobody to feed off. I don't have an audience.
I know. Listen, just pretend you're on the BBC. You know, it's hugely popular. We've got cardboard cutouts. Yes, well. They certainly have some bias issues. Yes. Well, it's one of our questions. I mean, obviously I'm working on acquiring the 5 local TV licenses in Scotland so we can turn it into a single network. So I've got a half-day court hearing on the 8th of July in London. So, with any luck. Yes, but no, these are 5 licenses that are currently with a company called That's TV. She's going in. Don't give away secret. And they're in breach of all their licenses, and the licenses are up for renewal, and they expire on the 20th of November. So I've been fighting this thing for over a year, and I've almost refused to open it to them. So they asked me, somebody's on the tape, to turn it around. Anyway. It's a chance that we'll acquire these. Trying to raise £5 million. Got one person who's interested. Not had any. Yeah, so we've got. We're looking to raise £5 million, got about half the company, and we're going after Scotland's live football matches. You know, the ones that the BBC have got some on until next year. But the company that actually has them is called Viaplay. I met them down in London a few months ago. Had an indicative price of what they're looking for. However, we'll put them on an HD version of the channel. And we'll pay £5 a month at home, or to a pub that pay £150 a month. And you get 2,000 of them to pay you to have those matches. What we're going to do is put a red button to the broadcast of the HD channel on Sky with a red button on it. Press the red button, and behind that channel is another channel which is always sport. Yes, but it's the other channel. Yes, you might, but the pubs will pay you for it. What, even when Scotland's playing Poland, Germany? No, I'm not. I don't think home market is amazing. So the value of the English matches is quite significant because of the potential audience that you get. The matches for the Scottish teams, the potential audience is only really in Scotland, so it's much smaller.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So therefore, it's not that valuable, the STD.
Do you remember 2016?
Yes.
And do you remember obviously Scotland, I don't think Scotland qualified for the Euros until the 2020 championship by the back door, the up door.
Yeah.
And then it was the first, the 2024 was last year, we qualified outright.
Yes, I
So that
know.
was the first one this millennium.
I watched most of them.
I think it was the first major finals that Scotland qualified this millennium. Because the last time was 1998,
I know. When we played Germany, I was down in Stockholm.
One of these little flyers. Yeah, just one of them, thank you.
Yeah. So the matches are going to cost us a lot of money. However, Breeze Channel we're going to tune in 8 to 10 times a year. With about 10 matches a year. And it's the only channel you can get it on. It'll be our channel. And that brings in enough money to not only pay for football, but you have to make news. You have to make an hour of news a day and put it in prime time. But that costs quite a lot of money, about £700,000 a year, 24 staff. And that loses money. News doesn't make money, but it's part of the license. You've got to do it. The person that's got the licenses has not been doing it. Yes, but just the audience for news is quite small compared with your national team. You could get easily get 500,000 Scots, easily, maybe even more, watch Scotland play another country.
England were knocked out by Iceland in 2016. That was the joke. The joke was in 2016. Why didn't Roy Hodgson make it to Lapland? Because he didn't get past
I was watching that match.
Because he didn't get past Iceland.
Yeah, I was watching that match in London, in Greenford, in a pub. So I was the only Scottish person in the pub. The pub was quite busy because obviously it was England playing. And they knew I was Scottish, these guys. And they just said, and none of your cheeky remarks, Scotland. I went, oh no. And but I go, no, what shade of blue is that? That's very attractive.
And the team,
Of course it was Iceland coming out.
the team that won the Premiership that year was Leicester City.
Oh, that's right, I remember that.
And they've got, what they compared Leicester City to Iceland. Leicester has got more people as a population living in Leicester than there's a whole people living in Iceland.
Yeah.
And yet they beat the English national team
Yeah.
in the champions, you know. And some, I think someone else said, that's because that was the same.
5 o'clock.
Same as the Brexit referendum.
Yeah, I'm just going to go and drag him over, okay? So we can
That's the second time we're out of Europe in about a week or two.
I know. The trick is you've got to have a channel. So you've got your licensed programs for the States. You make some of your own. Gardening, cooking program, and documentary series. Most of the documentaries will license. So we buy them in from the States or Australia or Germany, France, something. Some of them from Channel 4. It'll be a public channel. TV license, they won't provide you TV license to watch any channel. Yeah, so I'll have to buy it. Since I never watched it.
Just because of what I
Are you back here tomorrow, Aris?
Not if I'm feeling like this. No, I need to sweat it out. Has Peter Bell started a new party?
Sorry?
Has Peter Bell started a new party?
came in to the day
There's away now. I was invited to give a talk to a group, and he was there. Hardly known him. Phoned him and said, "I noticed you in the audience, Peter, and I hope you noticed I made reference to you. Did you feel what I said had meaning?" He said, "You said exactly what I thought you would say."
We'll get started. The third guest will come when he's finished in the other session. So we're already recording and going out live.
Okay.
So give me a sec.
It's a well-produced little flyer, except there's a part which says, "And Professor Alf Baird, who written a number of paper and books."
See, this is when you need a proofreader, which I didn't have. Okay, we're just going to kick off. You ready?
Yes.
Cool. You ready?
Yeah.
Is that like
Now
a
I pull out all these other facts that I've researched. Here we go. Fantastic. Just in the nick of time. Got your microphone. It's like live television, but without the talent. What was it? I love the quote. "Welcome to the Oscars, where we take 15 minutes of entertainment and squeeze it into 3 hours of television."
I've been there. It's a big disappointment.
You're done. Okay. Okay. Right, ladies and gentlemen, both here and at home. Welcome to Meet the Author. It's the first time. It's a bit more light subject than what we've been dealing with earlier. If you've watched it, and if you haven't, I definitely recommend you spend the 2 hours watching the Decolonisation session. Now, on my left and right, I've got Yvonne Ridley, who I've known for a few years, who it turns out is an author, which I didn't know. And an extremely interesting backstory. So we're going to cover a little bit of that. I've also got on my right Professor Baird. Professor Baird has also published a book I don't have, even though I bought it from your wife the other day because she browbeat me and wouldn't let me leave the building. The Pseudo-Political Determinants of Scottish... Social Political Determinants of Scottish Independence. Mm-hmm. That'd help you go to sleep, wouldn't it? And we've got Gareth Wardell, who I've also known only for a few years and didn't really realise a lot of his backstory. So what we're going to do today is we're going to discover a little bit about these authors, what makes them tick, why they've written the books they have written, and also maybe what their thoughts are on the future of Scotland. So I'm going to start with Yvonne. Yvonne, I've known you as a campaigner, also involved in politics. Mm-hmm. And I started reading your book. In fact, there's a nice little story about this. So I ordered this one from Amazon, that place that sells books. And it turns out this is an old one. So this is from, I think, was it 2001 it was published?
2001, November. Mm-hmm.
So 2001, it was the only copy available. It was no longer in print. So I contacted Yvonne, maybe 2 months ago, and said, I'm thinking of doing Meet the Authors here at the SSRG conference. Do you have any books to sell? So we want to sell some books. And she said, oh, I don't know. I'll have to go down and see the publisher, which You did? And what happened?
Well, it turned out the book has been handed over to different publishers, and the latest one, they got very excited and said, oh, we'll set up a new print run, because I told them about this conference, what it was about, the expectation of visitors, and so yes, they got very excited. And now you're going to ask me the name of the publisher, and I've forgotten.
No, I do remember. I may not be good at remembering other things, but I do remember that the new publisher is owned by HarperCollins, which is, of course, one of Rupert Murdoch's companies.
Well, it looks as though I'm back taking the Murdoch
taking Murdoch's money. Dearie me. So the book has now been republished and is now available for the first time here during our our conference. So I can thoroughly recommend it. Now the other interesting thing is, a few years ago, I first heard this woman on Radio 4, BBC, being interviewed. And it was a story of this woman, and it turns out this woman was Yvonne Ridley. So her book is titled In the Hands of the Taliban. I don't think that's a good idea, actually. Perhaps not the best holiday novel. However, a fascinating story, and I have to say I've already found it fascinating. So there was one bit I wanted to speak to you about, because this jumped out at me. My neighbours wondered what I was laughing at. But so at the beginning it says, so if you didn't know, Yvonne has been a newspaper journalist for many, many years, written for lots of distinguished publications, and quite a few not distinguished. So on this it says, I remembered the last time they begged me, and she's talking about her mum and her father, the last time they begged me to get a proper job. People have told me that too. They had stayed with me for a weekend during the time I was working for the News of the World, and I arrived back at 2 a.m. from an S&M party in Harrow, dressed in crotchless fishnet tights and a PVC skirt, halter neck, and a dog collar, and some handcuffs dangling from a spiky belt. Wow, that's quite an outfit. I sneaked in, and the kitchen door slowly opened, revealing my mother making a hot chocolate drink. She muttered something about get a proper job, something respectable. I informed her. In case she thought I had become a happy hooker, she looked at me and said she knew that she was working for the News of the World, but she still wished she would get a proper job. So did you do a lot of this?
That particular event happened because we were tipped off about an S&M party in Harrow on the Hill. Quite a posh place, if I remember. And so a photographer and I went undercover, and obviously not to attract any attention, I did dress up in
crotchless tights and you weren't to
crotchless fish tights, a mini skirt, the handcuffs, and yes. And we went to the party because, you know, we were looking out for which MPs were going to be spanked and whipped. And unfortunately, the thing about S&M parties is most people wear masks. So we couldn't recognise who was being spanked and who was up to all sorts of other nonsense. So it was all a big.
It's all for nothing.
It was all for nothing, and to cap it all, the photographer, who was wearing tight leather trousers, was furious when he sat down and his trousers split. So it was a memorable non-event. And when I got home, there was my mother, who'd woken up and was making herself a hot chocolate, and she just looked at me and just said, I wish you would get a proper job.
And I think we all can share that sentiment.
I can I can add to Yvonne's anecdote. And one of the many occasions I was in a producer's office in Los Angeles, and I was pitching a detective story, a gumshoe. And then it was, it needed a river, a city, you know, going through a city, a red light district, and corrupt construction bosses. And one of the major scenes was an S&M brothel. And when I sat down, he lifted up the script and dropped it again. He said, "Gareth." I said, it's Gareth. You can call me Gareth. "What kind of life do you lead to write these kind of things?" And I blinked and I said, "I've never been in a brothel in my life. It's called creative writing." He said, "Oh, right, okay, man." And I said, "And it stays in the script."
Now, I bet people that were tuning in to meet the author weren't expecting our conversation to go down this avenue, but we'll continue. So, Professor Baird, how on earth can you compete with, well, first of all, have you ever been caught in a red light district with net stockings on and collars and the S&M stuff?
Well, you might be...
You live in Orkney, yeah, you must.
You might not
No,
know this,
because he
but
wore a mask.
I started life as a shipping clerk in Leith Docks.
Oh my God.
And my friend, his father ran the Seamen's Mission, which is now the Malmaison Hotel in Leith, and that was a well-known brothel at the time. But one of my first jobs in shipping was to take the cargo manifests on the ships before they sailed, and often at the locked gates. And quite often these ladies would come off the ship with high heels and stocking, dressed rather, you know, for an evening out. And but this would be like in the afternoon. I was wondering what was happening here as I delivered the captain the manifest and the bills of lading. But that was yeah. I did have a difficult upbringing. Yeah.
Wow, this book's really looking up. So we've
No one who's naive lives in Leith.
So we've now established one link between all three authors. So one was doing it as a journalist, undercover. She said she was undercover for a journalistic job. Sounds believable. Gareth was trying to sell a script in Hollywood, and it was a bit racy. Obviously a sort of Channel 5 type movie. And now we have a man actually, he was accosted by women of the night.
Just a humble shipping clerk.
He was just, that's what he told the police when they lifted him. "I'm just a humble shipping clerk." So
these ledgers prove it.
yes. It took you an awful long time to collect this data. But anyway, we're going to move on. Because what I wanted to find out from a Scottish perspective is what each of our guests think about Scotland and think about creative industry, and what are their hopes for when Scotland declares its independence and it starts to take control of its own creative industries. Gareth, you got any thoughts?
Oh, phrase that question.
Yes,
Short.
so
It's short.
Scotland's, nice and short, Scotland becomes independent. What effect is that going to have on our creative industry, do you think?
That will depend on who's running the nationalist government, and if it is a nationalist government. But one would like to think that there would be, since we'd be getting a whole lot of billions back again from the UK Treasury, that they keep for projects in England and subsidising things that they can't afford, that somehow Scotland's creative industries would be given a lot more money. You know, our theatres, there'd be a renewed interest in theatre. I'm old enough to remember the 784 company with John McGrath, who was a fervent socialist. I don't think he had any kind of strong belief in Scotland's freedoms, but he knew we were getting ripped off. And that and a number of other peripatetic companies were shut down by the Scottish Arts Council at the time. Probably mainly because if you were left-wing and you were out there with a theatre company, the powers that be on the right in Scotland really didn't like the freedoms you were enjoying. So messages and words and a little talk in the men's club at the Royal Burgess Golf Club, that kind of thing, would no doubt go on. I think things would be much better in Scotland without the 784
And
company.
brings me on a little bit to what Alf Baird said once to me about broadcasting and the protection of our language and culture, which I found most interesting. And we have obviously Gaelic being supported, but it's in a sectioned little channel called BBC Alba, which very few people tune in to watch, if you believe the Barb data. So do you think that when Scotland becomes independent, if we were to include that in more mainstream channels, this would increase our knowledge and creativeness in things that are Scotland?
Well, the first two chapters, main chapters in the book, including in the framework as well, the theoretical framework on independence, are culture and language. And these two in post-colonial theory are what combine to give us our national consciousness. Without that national consciousness, i.e. about Scotland, an independence movement wouldn't exist. So, but in a colonial reality where you're oppressed by a dominant culture and language, as we are in Scotland, media, by entertainment, by government, by education, all these aspects subordinate your culture. It means your culture is, in Fanon's terms, obliterated, basically. It's frowned upon also because it's regarded with the cringe. It's not regarded as high quality. It's stereotyped, and so therefore it goes underground. Basically, the culture goes underground. It's not, and therefore, to be liberated as a nation, it's not just politically and economically; it's also culturally. So therefore, and as Gareth warned, you could have independence, but still have neoliberalism and all the exploitation we have. And also the cultural domination can continue, which is one of the criticisms of Ireland's independence. Ireland became independent, but still very Anglo-dominated. And its elites are very focused on London and very focused on the financials. You know, so there's that links on. The link, it continues. So in a sense, this is where post-colonial theory tells you have to not just decolonize the nation, the economy, you have to decolonize the mind too, and take the people into their own cultural freedom that way, so that we can then speak Scots or whatever we speak without having to adjust our language to become a more Anglophone, because that's what only Anglophone, only the English language opens the door of opportunity at the moment, whether it's school, university, jobs, whatever, media, productions, and so on, culture. So culture is extremely important. In language, it's the foundation of who we are.
One of the conditions that I set for the Scottish Youth Theatre that I founded and ran for 7 years was, besides, it was 18 and 22-year-olds, was besides no beards and moustaches on young people, they have to play who they are. So we'll get plays specifically written for them. The second condition was no Shakespeare. They can get that when they want and where they want. And I directed one specially written production for the first summer's events, and a writer produced the second one, which was heavily political. I thought, well, this will tell people what we're meaning to do here. And then the first stage play review I read was in the Scotsman, and it said, Gareth Wardelis established a very fine new company for the nation. But the two productions he put on are nowhere near the standard of Shakespeare. That was the first paragraph. So, you know, when you get your newspaper reviewers whose minds are not decolonized, you know, they're still aiming for London because that's where the standards are set. It's very disheartening.
And Yvonne, having worked for London tabloid newspapers for many, many years and important stories, what's your take on, if you like, coming into Scotland and seeing it from outside?
Well, when I first started out in journalism, Scotland had a brilliant reputation for great writers. I'm thinking of the Observer sports writer, the late, I forgot his name, but he was a brilliant writer in his use of English. And Magnus Linklater, who went on to become editor of The Scotsman, and The Scotsman was, you know, regarded as a paper of huge gravitas. But unfortunately, I look at Scottish journalism now and I think, what the hell has happened? And stories that were ripe for investigation, like the well-known alphabeties and their attempt to bring down Alex Salmond. This was a huge story of Greek tragedy proportions, and I would have thought that it would be just about made now in Hollywood. You know, it had everything.
Well, certainly ripe for investigative journalists.
But you know, there was nothing. There was a very weak documentary that came out following the trial in which he was completely exonerated. And this documentary was made on the assumption that he was going to be found guilty. Yeah. And, you know, I've made documentary films before, and this was lazy journalism of the worst kind. And
it was
and
vindictive. The content was vindictive. There's no other way to put it. I mean, Kirsty Wark had to apologise to Alex Salmond.
Has she?
I don't mean, well, she should apologise for that. I mean, years before, when she insulted him during an interview, and the BBC bosses said, you know, you're showing your bias, so you better apologise to Alex Salmond. He's only the First Minister of Scotland. And my experience of watching it, well, I mean, my jaw just became slack. You could see that it had been rushed edited for a trial verdict of innocent, you know, but 3/4 of it was doom-laden, you know. This is Scotland. This is a kind of person that leads Scotland astray, that kind of attitude. So I agree with you entirely, yeah.
But it's a story that is yet to be investigated. And another one is the mysterious death of Willie McRae. I mean, that, again, is a story that is ripe for a really good, thorough investigation. And, of course, the thing is with these stories, with the advance of time, there are now documents coming out of the archives that are no longer classified. And this is, again, a fascinating story that, you know, clearly the way that we're told that he died is a nonsense. Nobody can shoot themselves in the back of the head. And that's what we were led to believe. So again, that's another story that is, and then the relationship as well between the Crown Office and the law and the police. that is a story worth, but I just don't know what's, journalism at the moment, I think, is in intensive care. Not just in Scotland, across the whole of the UK.
We have to, if I can come in, the only thing we have to remember about that case was the only person imprisoned, or one of the only people in prison, was for his journalism on that case.
Yes.
Which brings me to one of the points in the book about post-colonial theory, is the root of it is fascism. And fascism, the colonial power will always show its fangs whenever its colonialism is imperiled. Mm-hmm. And colonialism was imperiled in 2014 and even after it since as long as the pressure on independence is there and the 50% want it, approximately, colonialism is imperiled. And the colonial power will always show his fangs, or their fangs, whenever it really matters, and it mattered then.
So I'm wondering what you think is, because I have a slightly different take on the use of the English language in Scotland. Is I see it as a potentially very valuable asset. That do you think that an independent Scotland would be successful, much more successful than it is at the moment, producing programs and films to a world market, because half the world, more than half the world, speaks English. And so do you think Scottish independence, the one asset that we will take with us, is the use and the masterly use of the English language?
Is that for me?
Yes.
Well, I think it's probably the demand is people are looking for uniqueness and diversity. And one of the great things about the world is the diversity of languages and peoples. We protect diversity of species, but we don't have the same value for diversity of ethnic groups necessarily. And the Scots are an ethnic group. We are, by any definition, even by the UN census requirements, you're defined as an ethnic group. So and within science and so on. So you have to remember that the problem with colonialism is you're deprived of your language. You're deprived of learning your true language, and that's the case whether you were Kenyan or Irish or Scottish. So we happen to have the two indigenous languages, Gaelic and Scots. But most people speak Scots, but it's a powerful weapon politically. Language is a very powerful political weapon, especially in colonial societies, because it's the one thing that defines your identity. Mm-hmm. Amongst everything else is your mother tongue. and that is so important.
And I wondered, Gareth, you've been involved in the production of feature films and scripts, and I wondered what your thoughts were. How do you think Scotland is viewed in Hollywood circles?
How's Scotland regarded in Hollywood? For most of my youth, till my late 20s, I was told to acquire a standard Southern accent. And indeed, the Royal Scottish Academy of Music and Drama, they enforced that. You'll never be understood, Gareth, if you're going to talk in heavy Scots. At that time, the BBC was the standard. And so that was imposed on actors, and people like myself were desperate to direct. And to some extent, when I went to Glasgow University, I heard one of the lecturers say that Scots are great for music and poetry, but they'll never be great with plays. I thought it was an astounding thing for someone at a university to actually say, and she was Scots, a senior lecturer. And these things sort of shock you. And it wasn't until I went to America that I heard, well, Gareth, you have a wonderful accent. Oh, I'm just weak at the knees. Say something in Scots to me. And off you go, and you're thinking, is it really me she's referring to, or am I being sent up rotten here? because you already have that lack of confidence, that degree of inferiority built into you. And even when I was young, I spotted really quickly that I needed to wear the right school tie if I was going to get on in Scots society, bourgeois society. So I actually went out and got a Burymere tie. And it worked.
By a range of ties.
It worked. It worked. So you know, if you've got your wits about you and you're observant and you're perceptive, you start to notice these things. Like, for example, when Labour ran Scotland, and you think, well, they're going to get all the powers that Scotland's been removed from us back again. But no, they were just, you know, the Labour Secretary of State, even with Labour in London in power, was thumping the lectern, you know, to say, you know, we will not let the Labour Party in London do this to us. And now you can find them somewhere with ermine on his shoulders, you know, in the House of Lords. So everything was pointed in that direction, and you gradually, you know, your naivety just sort of falls away from you. And it was really hit home to me when I moved from directing to producing, you know, to raising money for productions about Scots in Scotland. And then you realise where the money is and who controls it, and it isn't in Scotland. In spite of the fact there's the Scottish Arts Institute, the Scottish Ballet, you know, the Scottish Drama. We've got Scottish as the prefix, but they're not in charge of their own destiny.
Scottish.
No.
And I wondered, because going back to sort of newspapers and journalists, so not only has journalism suffered, and newsrooms have been gutted of staff and career opportunities, so now most of the newspaper groups are published from an office somewhere else, and they share the same content, so there's very little journalism. So what's your thought on how does that get reversed, and do you think it can be reversed in an independent Scotland, journalism?
I think that the whole journalism, creative media industry can really flourish in an independent Scotland. It's ripe to happen. And the sports journalist that I was thinking of was Hugh McIlvaney.
Oh yes.
And he was brilliant. And but yes, I think that it could. I mean, you know, there's all sorts of fresh, raw talent out there. There's a young scriptwriter comedian that kills me every time he brings something new out, and he's called Shawnee Boy. I don't know what his real name is, but he's incredibly talented, and he's obviously tried to get money from Creative Scotland, but unless, you know, it's incestuous, unless you know somebody who knows somebody who's close to Creative Scotland, you've got no chance. And so he's overlooked, and I look at him and I just worry that we lose that wonderful raw talent that could, I mean, the BBC should be grabbing him with both hands, but his material is very punchy, very naughty, sweary, and against the establishment to such a point that I think the BBC would be too afraid to
Alf,
use
to
him.
carry on with what you're saying, Yvonne, Alf will probably agree, I hope you'll agree with this. Once independence is reinstalled again, there's a hell of a lot of people we've got to point south. A lot of them. Mm-hmm. This is a social revolution we're conducting. And we really have to be tough, because these people will regroup, they'll reform themselves, and you'll have, you know, the party for reintroducing London governance, you know. They'll just do that. So these things, very quickly, you have to create laws and rules and regulations to ban them. And the general, if you read something of post-colonial theory, you tend to find that people who are here and given the top job, you know, because it's advertised in London and Guardian or whatever, you know, Telegraph, and they're using their job here as a stepping stone for what they consider as the better one in London. They, in an independent nation, will soon realize that preferment for them has evaporated. They just don't have that, well, like, I know this and I can made friends with that. You know, the kind of people I've met in a room in a university who are considered a safe pair of hands. They're all Scots. Making people understand it's a revolution, I think you've still got to do. The SNP won't educate anybody about anything. But we have to tell people what's happening to Scotland. And one of the little anecdotes I like telling is George V, when the general strike collapsed and the miners were sent back to work. I mean, this was pretty good for a monarch. He said, God, what a mess of a campaign. Everyone knows that you shoot the bobbies first. So he knew, the king knew what to do. What we have to do, and this is your QL, is to get rid of those goddamn civil servants who are responsible to London, to number 10. They must be told, no. You're getting a bit mixed up. Your motherland's down there. Would you like some money? Would you like to be subsidised to move your house and family back there again because you're not staying in this job? You know, we have to weed these people out, but you have to move really fast.
We had a man, what question?
Aye. I think the decolonisation stuff, I mean, these structures today and tomorrow and background, the SNP trade unions stuff, the rest of it. But there is I feel as if we are, I'm 69 years of age, so I'm part of things, there's naturalisation in society. In Scotland is suffering that too. Danny Rawlings' Shattered Nation applies as much to Scotland as it does down south. And I think we need to consider Rawlings' work. I mean, the stuff about decolonisation I think is really important. But that economic aspect, the deconstruction, the economic, the dissolution almost of equality in Britain and from economic equality, not talking about the other indicators, I think is really important. Because when I come in here and talk about media, and I find myself attracted to people like Navarra Media, young folk. They've got about 800,000 subscribers, they've got enough to employ, I don't know, under 10 journalists. We don't seem to have that here. We seem to be in a bubble. You know, there's 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 folk who do other stuff online. You'll get 500, you'll get 600, you'll get 1,200. Gordon Ross, who was into astronomy when we were young, you'll get 1,700. But it's always the same stuff. We seem to be talking to ourselves. And there's a fraud even that's what's going to creep in and bite us in the bum. And you saw it happen to Alba and the SNP when Alba get 51 votes, the SNP see the vote down by quite a bit. And they're not going to believe Nirvana's vote for independence will give you that. I write. I have no right to say I write. No. I think the economic has to be developed further, if you see what I mean. The decolonisation stuff, and I say I'll read your stuff, but it seemed to be, maybe I'm wrong here, light on the economic aspects. My final point is this, because I'm making a comment. When you in the SNP conference 1984, maybe some folk were there, I was there. And this might be taken out of context, no mean out of context, but you said, my good friend Robert Mugabe said now the Scots vote something. Now, Mugabe said at a particular time, and no doubt now the Scots, Mugabe's repelled, I think his was, thing with transducers, not. That
Well, I think when it comes to media, Scotland doesn't have any media.
Navarra Media.
Yes, but Navarra media and online media, which are really all based on clickbait, because the only way they survive is to say something controversial.
Does that mean they're not virtuous?
No, it doesn't necessarily mean that, but if you look at the subjects, I watch lots of podcasts and YouTube, some of these podcasts on YouTube, etc., and I find some of them very interesting. Some of them have got huge names presenting them. In fact, there's lots of them competing with each other. It's now turned into a marketplace, you know. But many of them are saying the same things, so there's no real choice.
I think Scotland needs to get its confidence back.
Yes.
And, you know, I see it whenever there's a World Cup and the Tartan Army gets out there and it's got swagger. And the English establishment can't stand it, so what they try and do is infantilize the Tartan Army and go, oh, look at them, aren't they cute, aren't they this, and there's the bagpipes. And what we need to do is to encapsulate that swagger and get it instilled into the population that we are big enough, we are strong enough to become independent, and start bragging about all the great Scots over the centuries that have contributed towards this world.
I think in 2014, when we saw Scotland come alive with debate, far from it being divisive, it was not divisive. It was enlightening, and it made Scotland and the people of Scotland start to believe in themselves and believe in what they could achieve. The problem we've got with media, and the media has gone through a hard time because it was always based on a mass market product. If it's free to air or a newspaper, it's mostly based on selling advertising. Well, that only works if you've got a big audience. And this is the danger. You mentioned Nevada, but there's lots of other media organizations that have sprung up. And they're all based on what is a flawed model. And the flawed model is you can only succeed in that marketplace if you get an ever-increasing amount of clicks and people reading or watching your content. So you see what happens on Twitter, now that's owned, now that's X. You watch the stuff that gets all the attraction. There's an algorithm writing there, pushing that, so that more and more people look at it. So the more extreme material that you put out there, the bigger your audience gets. But that's not a future model that I think will survive. I think there is, for instance, who thought that people would still be buying books? I remember when Kindle got launched, Amazon launched it, and they were all going to have e-books. Everybody was buying them and taking them on holiday, and look, they can take 300 books with them on holiday and sit at the pool and read it. And yet, funny enough, the Kindles seem to have died out a bit, and we're all back to buying bits of paper. So things seem to go around in circles. Same thing has happened with audio recordings. Vinyl now outsells. Sales have been going up for the last, I think it's 15 years. So things change, but at the end of the day, people want quality. People will pay for quality. And clickbait isn't a market that will survive.
You think the VAR is low quality?
I've seen some of it, and no, I think some of it isn't. I've seen some of it where it's almost based on rumour, and it's not based on facts, it's based on opinion. There's an awful lot of podcasts out there that are just glorified people's opinions, but there's no facts to back them up. And real journalism is about facts, you know. And so I think while I appreciate the point you're making about online media, and we could perhaps think that that's part of Scotland's future, I think there's something much bigger here. The BBC, that gets nearly £4 billion a year income from the TV licence, then spends very little of that money that it gathers in Scotland, and it certainly doesn't seem to reflect Scotland in a positive viewpoint. We do need a replacement in Scotland, a Scottish broadcaster, that's a centre of excellence, that will create jobs, that will help people with their careers. My point earlier about the language, well, I think it's very important to support Scottish language and culture. It's also important to use the asset that we're going to leave the UK with, which is the use of English. We can make feature films and television programmes and documentaries and movies, and you name it, in English, and half the world will be interested in buying them and watching them. And if they can do it in France and protect their language and culture and limit American influence, then we should be thinking similarly about media ownership. And I think we need a little bit of government help. I think we need to start a debate. Do we think a TV license model should continue? Should it be a subscription model? I don't believe in leaving it to the market completely. If you look at the American television system, it's full of commercials, it's full of action, adventure, commercial trash. So you've got to consider the type of what you think is important. So for television, and I've got an experience of television licensing with Ofcom, so I know that a television channel, if it's a public service channel, needs to make a minimum amount of content that's news. News loses money. Newspapers are losing money. Who's paying for real journalism? The problem, if you look at the clickbait model, is the only thing that makes money is if it's controversial or it's an extreme opinion that they're pushing, then their ratings go up. The number of people reading it.
That sounds like the Wings Over Scotland login site. Talking for myself, I run a daily news site and a sister site for long-form essays and articles. They are both read internationally, and the news site has never actually dropped below 750,000 a month. And frequently in the winter, people have got nothing better to do or to go out and get and sunbathe. It's gone over 1 million. I've never boasted about it. I don't think that's necessary. I think the quality of what you're putting out there will attract people. So it can be done. But I agree with you about the financial side of Scotland. It's funding, and I think the very basics would be what money would accrue to Scotland immediately from day one, the big day of independence. I haven't heard any union tell us that, and I certainly haven't heard the SNP. The SNP used to argue about GERS and then decided, well, if this is all we're going to get to work on, we'll just accept it. I mean, that's literally what they said. Chief Bald Eagle Swinney decided, well, we'll just... So, of course, our enemies think, but you're supporting GERS, And you say, no, GERS is a bunch of lies. It's like saying there's only one petrol station in town, so that's the one we're going to have to use. And it's ripping us off on gas prices. I think it may be your turn.
Well, I think we discussed economics today in the last session, and if you just need to look at Scotland's GDP compared to most other countries in North West Europe to see we are the poorest country in North West Europe by quite a significant margin. And then you factor that in to see, well, why are you the poorest country in the world in North West Europe? It's because of our current governing arrangement.
And what's highlighted in that, and going back to media, so the BBC TV license that people are forced to pay, it all goes, so there's about 380, 400 million approximately comes from Scotland. It's collected in Scotland and sent to London. And they make big play out about how much money they're spending in Scotland, but in fact much of it is what they call lift and shift. So Question Time is a Scottish production. No matter where it's coming from, it counts as a Scottish production. And I'm trying to remember the other big series they do, which they claim the same. I once went to the Film and TV Festival in Aberystwyth. In 1999 it was. And I met this chap who was from London, from the BBC. It's all very jolly and that. nice glasses of red wine and things. And we were speaking and asking what each did, and I said I was a freelance producer and stuff. And I says, and what do you do? He says, now he had a very strong London accent. He says, oh, I'm the script editor for Monarch of the Glen, which was a big Scottish-based drama at the time. And then he said, I don't quite understand what all this Celtic stuff is. What's this all about? And we're at the Celtic Film and TV Festival. So my answer to this was, have you ever visited Scotland? And it turned out, no. Oh. So I went back, you know, I think I'd be perfect for being the script editor for EastEnders. And he never got the joke at all. It went straight over his head. He didn't know what I meant. So Scotland at the moment doesn't have media.
It's like Alistair Gray's famous intervention in the appointment of another director of Creative Scotland, who admitted he knew nothing about Scotland or anything about Scottish culture, but he's happy to take the job.
Perfect for the job.
Perfect for the job. No knowledge of Scotland as well. But that's, as Gareth says, all your top jobs are advertised in the London Press. I saw it in the universities for 30 years. Where's your top jobs advertised? The London Press. Who are you going to get?
This is where language is important, and in Wales there's just one language. There's several in Scotland, but in Wales, all of their top jobs, you have to be able to be a Welsh speaker. I used to be editor of Wales on Sunday. I would never get that job now, never in a million years. And it's important to promote the Scottish language.
You need to teach the language in the schools.
Yes.
And this is where the Scots language doesn't have fair treatment at all, even with Gaelic.
And then you wouldn't have Monarch of the Glen, a Londoner writing the script for it.
Scotland's got a great brand, though. I love watching films that are subtitles. I love watching them. Mm-hmm. Little Norwegian films or Belgian films or French films even. I used to love watching Italian films as well.
I've just started, I've just finished watching a documentary on the Irish band Kneecap. Mm-hmm. And their whole shtick is the Irish language and the importance of speaking and communicating in Irish. And it's a brilliant... It's a brilliant film. I would recommend it to anyone.
So we're going to try and run.
But it shows the power of language.
Yes. So I think we all agree that culture is very important. Mm-hmm. And if you're not going to use your language and have it reflected at you through your mainstream media, then you're very unlikely to use it, and therefore it slowly dies out. So. And technology has moved on. So whereas before trying to produce subtitles in Gaelic was going to cost you a lot of money because you had to employ Gaelic speakers to sit there and listen to the audio coming in English and type it on a machine, it's now done by a machine. It's a computer. It takes audio in and pumps out subtitles in any language on the planet and does it pretty accurately now. So that's one thing. We can now have subtitles on everything in Gaelic and in English. And what is not done in the UK, and this does sort of reflect a closed mindset of UK generally. You go to Europe, all television channels across France and Germany and Switzerland, and they're broadcasting at least 2 audio channels in 2 languages. I've been to France quite a few times and to motor shows. And it always used to annoy me, I don't speak French, so there'd be American TV shows on French TV, and it was all dubbed in French. And I happen to know that if you go into the audio settings on a digital TV and change it to original language as the main one, if it's American, it comes out in English. So I did that on every TV that I came across. I had to change the language first from French to English so I could understand the menus. But once you know how to do it, you can change it. In Scotland, in the future, I believe an independent Scotland needs to embrace these technologies. So yes, our television channels should be offering English. It's the biggest language in the world. Yes, but there's no reason why we can't have a second audio feature that has it in Gaelic, or any other language for that matter.
But it would need to be independent as well and have a board of governors who are Scottish and who live in Scotland and aren't necessarily Lord Fauntleroy or whoever, just to have ordinary people sitting in these positions where I think that people like Shawnee Boy would have more
Obviously,
of a...
he's after 9 o'clock, obviously,
Yes.
for the watershed, but absolutely.
But where he would have at least a decent run of being able to bid for a slot.
So,
Train Spotting was subtitled when it was shown in America. But political thriller Brond was not. And it was set in Glasgow with Scots accents. So I didn't quite understand, you know, where the differentiation came in. However,
so we're going to round things up. From each one of you, what do you want to see happen after Scotland's independent when it comes to media?
I want to see all the posh English lot out of the television centres, out of the editorial rooms, and to have ordinary working class people in. And I think it's who are already immersed in the Scottish culture, which is an amazing culture and a return to the grandness that used to be the print industry in Scotland.
And Gareth, Outlander has been a global success, shot in Scotland, but it's made by an American network.
as brief as it was.
Yeah. So do you think we can do that ourselves if we're an independent country? An Outlander 2 that we can sell globally?
Well, we're so short on crew. Last time I produced a film, there was equivalent of 1.5 film crews living in Scotland. And they weren't all of top quality because there wasn't the turnover to give them that. You're asking about what I would like to see the day after Independence Day. Well, I'd like Scotland to keep every single goddamn penny it makes annually. Nothing goes to the Treasury. That would be a great start. Then we'd want, to protect it, the next thing I would want is the banks back to restricted practices. Otherwise, they're liable to gamble away the lot. These are two things. There'll be a hell of a lot of people in Scotland who'd be quite happy if we actually kept all our own money and spent it on ourselves. There are other things, but you'll have to read one of my books out there.
Yeah, you got plenty. We've got books out there for sale, or go online and make sure you order them online as well. Gareth Wardell, Professor Alf Baird, and also Yvonne Ridley. And the final word from yourself. So, what difference do you think an independent Scotland's going to make to our culture?
Yeah, I think Scotland, like many other countries, would have to start thinking seriously about teaching the bairns their own mother tongue and in the school. And that would be a revolutionary, but that's what liberation is, revolutionary. So if you want to not to have an Anglophone meritocracy running Scotland forever, whether it's whatever class, then you need to teach the indigenous language to the people, which for many of us Scots is not Gaelic, it's Scots. And it's a very political tool language, especially in colonial territories. That is the main political tool, because as Frans Fanon said, language, independence is a cultural emotion. The basis of culture is language, the medium from which your culture comes.
And for that, I want to thank all of my panellists and you at home for watching. And tell all your friends, Scotland's going to be independent soon. You better get ready for it.
And speaking Scots.
And you'll be speaking Scots, and don't worry, the new channel will have subtitles. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
Tongues your pass. I got yourself, that's right. find if my wife's maybe gone home now.